a curious mind is a terrible curse. That's the way it's always been for me. Some of my earliest memories are of secretly listening to my dad swapping ghost stories with his buddies while I sat wrapped in the room next door. I can't help it. I have a yearning to know the great unknown. In some macabre way, I've always wanted to experience something paranormal for myself, just so I can know the truth. Over time, I never did encounter anything that reason and logic could not explain. The adult world was ultimately very rational. The childhood wonder and possibilities dissolves quickly into the reality of serious jobs and mortgages. But all of that changed recently. The house I grew up in was a small wooden building in the middle of suburbia. It was, without question, the oldest house in that street, which was how we could afford to live there. I had always wondered if maybe it was haunted. Anything that old must have some dark history to it. But it was always uneventful. There was some constant scratching noises above my bedroom at night, but that turned out to just be pigeons roosting in the ceiling. Once, when I was 10, I was playing alone on the floor of my bedroom. My heart suddenly froze when I could distinctly hear the sound of snoring coming from my bed. I could hear the sound growing louder and louder. I stared at my bed, but I saw nothing and no one there. Mustering what little courage I had, I yelled out, "Hello? Who is there?" All I got back was a loud, horrible snore. I grabbed an umbrella and I gingerly walked towards my bed, my heart pounding furiously. There wasn't anything moving as I poked my blanket and pillow. It was then I noticed the window above the bed was slightly open. The moment I closed it, the snoring stopped. It had been nothing more than the wind, whispering through the cracks. Another experience was the nightly terrors that would strike me in my sleep. I would often awake to the sensation of my blanket being ripped away and my body held down, while some dark, angry entity strangled my throat so hard that the bed would rattle. The first time, I thought it was just a vivid but terrible nightmare. But when it happened again and again, night after night, I started to panic. Whatever it was relentless. As I seemed to always survive each attack though, I thought I was just going crazy. Thankfully, I learned about sleep paralysis a few months later. Changing my sleeping patterns stopped it from happening again. So, everything paranormal that I've ever experienced was ultimately very rational. Like the famous poster in Fox Mulder's office, I want to believe, but ultimately found the evidence lacking. That said, I can find no explanation for what's happened to me recently. I had decided to take a break, and I spent a few weeks backpacking in Vietnam. Starting from Ho Chi Minh City, we took a winding journey northwards through the muddy roads along the coast. It was miles and miles of mostly untouched wilderness, broken up by the occasional village and some of the most pristine beaches in the world. It was in one particular stretch that we spent a full day soaking in the sun and surf. The worries of the world 1,000 miles away As day made way to twilight, we feasted on some amazing seafood that we had caught earlier. Sleeping under an open sky, it's an amazing experience, especially far away from the polluting lights of civilization. It was to this glorious view of the heavens that I awoke around 3 a.m, feeling the somewhat less glorious call of nature urging me to the nearest toilet. It was a humid night, with the sound of insects chirping their nightly symphony. Groggily, I made my way through the path to the basic facility set up for campers. It was set in a clearing, with male toilets lined along one side of a 30-foot wide crude concrete floor, facing another row of female toilets. Between the rows in the center was a waiting area, with a makeshift lamp hanging above to light the yard. As I approached, I noticed an old man standing under the lamp. His back was towards me. All I could see was his scraggly long white hair. It reached past his shoulders, and a thin, old bony body jutting up from his thin clothing rags. Slightly freaked out. I wasn't expecting anyone to be around this time of night. I coughed politely to make him aware of my approach. I didn't want an old man's heart attack from fright weighing on my conscience. He was probably a local villager waiting on his wife, since electricity and running water was scarce in the scattered collection of homes in the area. He didn't seem to notice me, so I let him be, and I made my way to the nearest mail stall. As I closed the door, I could still see him in my line of sight. Though I was now 90 degrees from where I first saw him, he still had his back to me again. It was definitely odd, but certainly far from threatening. Besides, I had more urgent pressing matters, particularly against my bowels. The toilet was barely more than a hole in the floor, with a flimsy, undersized door that was all that stood between you and your dignity. The overwhelming stench of human waste filled my senses as I dropped my pants and squatted to make my own deposit. After a few moments, my thoughts lazily drifted back to the old man in the yard. There was something definitely odd, and my subconscious was screaming that something was out of place. With rapidly rising horror, my mind clicked the pieces into place. Though the old man was standing near a bright light, he didn't cast a shadow. The possibility that it may have been an optical illusion vanished when I suddenly saw his shadowless feet inches away through the gap under the toilet door. I was almost thankful I was squatting with my pants down, since I emptied my bowels simultaneously with my lungs emptying a scream through the other end. I jumped up and I pulled my pants back up as I backed up against the back wall. From my now standing position, I had lost sight of what was under the door. With no shadow, I could not tell if it was still waiting there. My mind furiously ran through what scarce options I had. I realized I didn't have much of a choice but to escape this stall. This flimsy door would provide no protection for me, and there was certainly nothing left of my dignity. If I was to die, I decided it wouldn't be in this literal shithole. I peeked under the door, but I couldn't see anything on the other side. Deciding it was now or never, I kicked open the door to nothing but an empty courtyard. I rushed out, but I could see no sign of the old man. Nothing but the incessant sound of crickets. It was then I made the fatal mistake of looking at the stall that I had just escaped from. He was there. That dreaded, white-haired and bony body, standing right where I was mere seconds ago. For the second time that night, I was thankful, as I had nothing left to brown my pants as I let out another scream. Now running on pure instinct, I sprinted back to the beach, as if I were being chased by demons. For all I knew, I actually was. Making it back to the camp, I spent the next few hours wide awake, crouching and staring at the trail. I was ready to wake everyone at a mere sight of the old man. When morning finally broke, my campmates lazily woke, wondering why I was looking like death itself. I was too afraid to tell them what I saw, and simply explained that I was struck with insomnia that night. Nothing as eventful as that happened for the remainder of the trip, but I had to share my experience with our local tour guide on the last day. I had to know the truth. When I finished my story, he only looked gravely at me and asked just one question. Did you see its face? He explained that in Vietnam, lonely ghosts will often haunt sites where travelers can be found. Those who see their face are doomed to a grisly, gruesome death in the near future. It's been almost 2 months since that fateful encounter. To this day, I still have no idea if I really saw its face. It's a blur that still haunts me, and I'm not sure I want to know. Maybe there are some things in life that are better left unknown. I think I'm already cursed enough. After my last experience, my parents reminded me of another story from my childhood. When you're only 5 years old, your mind lacks the experience to make informed judgments or connect things which are not obvious. Over the years, the details get fuzzy, forgotten. Speaking with my parents the other day, they cleared the cobwebs burying this particular story. I remember now, far too clearly, the story of Gurgles and Bugman. I had just started kindergarten that year. Everyone's a friend when you're 5, so I had no shortage of classmates. But coming from a poor family, I didn't get to see much of them outside of school. My parents spent all their waking hours trying to make ends meet. They didn't have time to ferry me from house to house. So, I spent my early years mostly keeping to myself, playing with the random assortment of knickknacks from the shelf in my room. Being short of money gave my family a habit of hoarding, so they hated to throw anything out. One particular item on the shelf was this small, old-fashioned TV set. A wooden veneer box about 2 feet wide by a foot tall. It had a curved glass screen that took up half the front panel. Beside the screen was this large chrome dial. It was used to switch between channels. And at the top sat an antenna formed by these 2 terribly twisted wires. Whenever my boredom would make me turn it on, usually I'd just get static and snow on that glowing black and white screen. I would twist the heavy clicking dial, hoping to pick up some local broadcasts. Mostly it would just be ghostly images and incoherent sound fragments. But one channel was always crystal clear. It was the Gurgles and Bugman show. Gurgles was a clown, but not a common one. He wore this thin black suit that draped his tall, skinny body with a matching tie and these oversized novelty clown shoes to complete his distinctive outfit. His pupils were completely black, almost like polished ebony marbles. No trace of white around them. Black face paint around those eyes and across his cheeks and mouth made him look like a manic, grinning skeleton. It was only the crazy crop of curly hair sprouting off the sides of his head that gave him anything of a human look. As much as Gurgles freaked me out though, Bugman scared me more. He was short, round, like a hunchback dwarf, with a dark cape. He had prosthetics covering his eyes to make him look like a fly, and a mouth that was rotated 90 degrees and opened from side to side. The show itself was like a candid camera type format, with pranks played on unsuspecting people. It would always start with Gurgles and Bugman hidden away in someone's home. Gurgles would face the camera, staring right at you, his bony finger touching his lips. When the unsuspecting star of the show came into view, a laugh track would begin to play. You would see them go about their nightly routines, oblivious to the conspiracy that Gurgles and Bugman had involved us all in. We would see them making dinner, or on the lounge, watching television with their family, or just quietly doing their homework or something. Then watch as Gurgles and Bugman would steal their pen, or move their glass, or made things disappear behind their backs. The camera angles would change as Gurgles and Bugman shifted their hiding place from the dark corners of a room to the cupboards, to the ceiling, or underneath the furniture. All the while, looking back at you and winking. The closer they got, the louder and heavier the laugh track became. Eventually, when everyone went to sleep, a victim would be chosen for their prank. Waiting in the closet or under the bed, once their victim fell asleep, Bugman would crawl out and gently climb in beside them. His jaw would open sideways, and out would come a sharp straw that he would stick into the person's neck. This always paralyzed their victim, because sometimes you could see them struggle if they woke up and saw Gurgles and Bugman on top of them. The laugh track would be extra loud and uproarious in those few moments when the victims awoke. Gurgles would make faces at the camera while the audience laughed, and Bugman would use his straw to drink from the person's neck. The victim would stop struggling after a few minutes, and the laughter would turn to claps and cheering. With Bugman finished, Gurgles' face would fill the entire screen with his impossibly wide, sharp-toothed grin. And he would whisper, "See you again soon." The way those all-black eyes pierced through the screen, it always gave me chills. I hated the show, but I'd always be too afraid to go near the TV while it was running. One day, the TV mysteriously disappeared from my room. My parents had told my 5-year-old self that they sold it to pay some bills, and I accepted that without question. Honestly, I was kind of glad it was gone. But just yesterday, when I asked them about that television again, they exchanged nervous glances. Then, they filled in some missing gaps from my childhood. Halfway through that year, Derek, a classmate I did not know very well, had died in horrific circumstances. He had been murdered in his bed with a stab wound to the neck. No evidence of a break-in was ever found, so his distraught parents were taken into custody as the primary suspects. They denied all the allegations against them. At the time Mrs. Nolan, my teacher, told our class, I had apparently explained to her that Derek couldn't be dead because I saw him and his family on the Gurgles and Bugman show the day before. When Mrs. Nolan mentioned to my parents what I'd said, they had immediately taken that TV from my room, driven it to a junkyard, and had it burned to nothing but ashes and molten metal. That TV was in my room because it had always been broken. It was never plugged in the entire time it sat on my shelf. Whatever I saw on that screen, it had not been from any station. So, that's my story of Gurgles and Bugman. But I'm not sure if that's really the end. After all, the question lingers. Do Gurgles and Bugman still perform their nightly show for some unsuspecting viewer somewhere in this world? And if so, who will be their next star? Reality can be creepier than fiction. What's truly terrifying are not the things that go bump in the night, but those macabre twists of fate in life. Especially when they get more horrifying the deeper you pry into them. Such as the story of old Aunt Mary. Mary was not my aunt, but a friend of mine. He's told me this story since I've shared my own childhood tale of Gurgles and Bugman. As it's a very personal family matter, the names have been changed to protect their privacy. Old Aunt Mary was the eldest of 4 children. She was unmarried for the first 40-odd years of her life, so she was always spoiling her nieces and nephews with indulgent gifts. She was everyone's favorite aunt. However, deep down, she was very lonely. Always being the spinster, while everyone around her got married with children, it took a mental toll on her When both her parents eventually died, they left a sprawling house for her inheritance. But the void in her life became as cavernous as the empty rooms of that mansion. Shortly after her 46th birthday, she surprised everyone by announcing her sudden wedding to Stanley, a man that she had only known for around 2 months. It was clear, though, they were deeply in love with each other. He was only slightly younger, 39 years old, but as charming, fit, and generous a soul as Mary was. While no one knew very much about Stanley, they all loved and welcomed him to the family. They were also secretly relieved that Mary had found happiness after all those years of solitude. A month after the wedding, they took a honeymoon of a lifetime, spending a year to travel across the world. Every few weeks, a postcard would arrive from various exotic locations, describing how much fun they were having. Everything seemed perfect until the couple returned from their trip. Living together at the mansion, Mary began to change. She stopped sleeping in the same bed as Stanley, then insisted that they have separate rooms. Before long, she was claiming to hear strange noises throughout the house, her name being called out during the night, furious scratching sounds echoing through the hallways, or these mournful wails that seemed to come from the walls themselves. The more Stanley tried to comfort her, the more terrified she became. She would yell and scream at him to stay away and to not touch her. She would spend days barricading herself up in a room, crying, babbling, slowly going insane from the filth that would accumulate and the mental isolation. Eventually, the family got her to a psychiatrist who diagnosed her with a type of paranoid schizophrenia known as Kupffer syndrome. It's a rare condition where the victim believes that someone close to them has been replaced with an identical imposter. She claimed that Stanley was not her husband, but something that looked, acted, and pretended to be Stanley. Her family was faced with the difficult choice of either committing Mary to a mental institution to get the care she needed, or have her sedated and looked after at home. They chose to keep her sedated. Throughout all this time, Stanley was clearly distraught, but still loved Mary with all his heart. He never once wavered in caring for her at the bedside, feeding her, talking to her as a loving husband. Over the following year, the family spent a lot of time getting to know Stanley better, as they took turns caring for Mary and felt incredibly fortunate that he was around. So, it was a total shock when they arrived at the house one day to be greeted by a squad of police cars. The front door was plastered with police tape, and they weren't allowed to enter. After proving that they were related to the occupants, the officer in charge relayed what happened. That morning, Aunt Mary's body was found at the base of an ocean cliff, about a half-hour's drive away. A passing jogger had seen her car drive right up to the edge of the cliff, and a woman pulling a body from the back of the car. After calling the police, he then witnessed Mary stabbing a male body several times with a large kitchen knife. She then rolled the body off the cliff into the waters below and started to laugh uncontrollably for minutes on end. When the police arrived, she had simply turned and smiled. Then, jumped off the cliff to her death. They managed to recover her body, but no trace of Stanley's was found. In all likelihood, it was already washed out to sea. The license plate on the back of the car led them to the house, where the investigation was now focused. They found some spat-out medication near Mary's bed and a broken lamp on the floor with blood splatter on the walls. Aunt Mary had pretended to take her pills, then knocked Stanley out with the bedside lamp while his head was turned. She then had dragged the unconscious and bleeding body to the kitchen, where she stabbed Stanley with a knife before dragging him to the car and driving to that cliff. However, it was what they found next that puts a chill through my bones. In searching the house that day, the police uncovered a secret cellar underneath a large rug. Upon opening it, they were greeted with the anguished face of a desiccated corpse on the steps, clawing at the cellar door. The room was covered in the stench of dried human waste and deep gouges in the woodwork where someone had desperately tried to scratch their way out of this prison. When the DNA analysis and dental records came back, the corpse was a 99% match with Stanley. He had been dead for months, most likely of starvation. His long fingernails were broken and scratched from clawing in his futile attempts to get out. Stanley was the thing that went bump in the night. It was his pleas and desperate attempts to escape that had echoed through the halls of that mansion at night. But solving that mystery only created a deeper one. Who, then, was that person caring for Mary, spending time with her family, and whom ultimately was murdered and thrown off a cliff if Stanley was already dead? Was it a twin brother? A doppelganger? Whatever it was, Aunt Mary took that secret with her to the grave. What haunts me most, though, is the thought that maybe she was perfectly sane throughout all this, and it was the world itself that was truly crazy. Reality is indeed creepier than fiction. I'm starting to think that I have spooky friends. After the story of Aunt Mary, it reminded another of the following experience he had. I don't know if these two stories are related, but they are certainly connected by their strangeness. Again, the names have been changed, just for privacy reasons. Each and every day, we make 1,000 myriad decisions affecting our lives. Most of them are trivial. Even seemingly important decisions get evened out over the course of a lifetime. Good things come from our bad choices, and of course, vice versa. Once in a while, though, we are faced with a real inflection point, a moment where our very fate is condensed into a simple yes or no decision. A fight or flight response. A single flip of the coin on which your entire life changes. I've known Brad for a couple of years now. He's the quiet, serious type, a radical contrast to the wild, brash teenager he was many summers ago. Mark and Jason were his two best friends, and he raised hell with them back then. They were so close that everyone referred to them as the Three Musketeers. After graduating from high school in 1996, they suddenly found themselves with more free time than they knew what to do with. So they spent it challenging each other to do dares. They had just one simple rule. Whatever was chosen, they all had to do it. All for one, one for all. This resulted in all three of them streaking naked through nursing homes, shoving their mouths full of entire packets of cigarettes all at once and lighting them, doing the cinnamon challenge while rip-roaring drunk, etc. The best stunt they pulled was telling some road construction workers that some guys dressed as policemen were coming to prank them. Then they followed this up by calling the police to report that pranksters dressed as road workers were going to close down a street. The resulting hour of chaos earned the Musketeers an overnight stay behind bars. That moment probably should have been their wake-up call to reconsider what they were doing with their lives. But Jason had one more dare in mind. Just outside of town was this forested area where hikers would occasionally pass through. Spanning across a wide river, there was this former railway bridge that was converted for walking. Lacking any lighting, if you stood in the middle on a moonless night, both ends would be so shrouded in darkness that the bridge would seem to stretch on for eternity. Which is why it was a popular place for suicides and reputed to be one of the most haunted places around. A new moon was approaching, and Jason wanted a midnight visit to prove they hadn't lost their nerve for adventure. Though Mark had some reservations, Brad readily agreed. All for one, and one for all. So they committed to go. Getting to the bridge was via a lone stretch of road that wound its way through the forested hills. With Jason at the wheel, they passed the time by sharing ghost stories to psych each other out. So when they spotted a lone figure up ahead, in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, their nervous laughter suddenly turned to dread. Tales of phantom hitchhikers ran fresh in their minds. Jason pushed down on the accelerator. No waiting for debate. There was no way he was stopping for a stranger out here that night. The last they saw of that unkempt figure was it limping and waving as it diminished rapidly into the distance. Most likely a homeless vagrant, they rationalized. There were some war veterans that came back with PTSD who had failed to readjust with society. They would often make the woods their home. Though they were more freaked out than they would admit, stubborn pride would not let them chicken out. They stopped the car in an empty tourist parking area near the bridge. It was a cool night, but their chills were more from the fear in their minds than from the air around them. Grabbing their only flashlight, they trekked towards the bridge. By the time they got to the center, it was clear that they were there alone. There were no lonely souls looking to end their lives that night. From where they stood, the end of the bridge did indeed seem to disappear to infinite darkness beyond. Their first few minutes passed with the sound of water lapping at the base of the bridge. They waited and they strained to hear any sounds of ghosts from people who had jumped to their deaths below. Nothing. Several more minutes pass in uneventful silence. Eventually, they relax and they start their usual playful banter, taking the edge off their nerves. They joke about the hitchhiker and how he probably wanted a lift to the bridge. More minutes pass. Their adrenaline rush had faded to tedium and boredom. "Well, we did your lame-ass dare, Jason," Mark boasted happily. "You lose. You owe us $20 each." Yeah, dude. I know you're busting to get that $20 blowjob," Jason retorted. "Nah, he's itching for $21 blowjobs when that homeless dude shows up," taunted Brad. "Well, you can both just shh," Jason suddenly hissed. "Can you hear that?" It sounded like someone was calling their names from the opposite sides of the bridge they had entered from.
"Jason, where are you?"
The faint voice carried in the air. Mark stood up and started to edge back in the direction of the car. "I think we should head back and leave now." "It called my name," said Jason. "No one knows we're out here. We should check it out."
"Brad, you there?"
The ghostly voice continued. "Okay, that can't be a coincidence," said Brad. "Someone we know might be out looking for us. We should check it out." "You're outvoted, Mark," argued Jason. "Besides, I have the car keys. You're not getting anywhere. Let's go." They all headed towards the other bridge exit. "Hello? Who's there?" Jason yelled, but to no answer. "You know, there are some ghosts that lure you into," stammered Mark. "Just shut up for a moment. You're not helping," Jason interrupted. Reaching the other side of the bridge, they found no sign of any presence but themselves. Continuing their journey among the trail, the flashlight cast looming shadows across the trees. "There's no one here," Brad whispered. "I agree with Mark now. I think we should head back." "All right, guess it's my turn to be outvoted," Jason replied as he turned around with his torch. "Hey, where's Mark?" "He's right beside me." Brad spun around. Mark was not there. "He was there a moment ago, I swear." "Mark," Jason yelled, "are you pissing behind a tree?" No response. "He might have just chickened out and gone back to the car," Brad guessed.
"Help! Help!"
came the phantom voice, seemingly from behind them. It vaguely sounded like Mark. "Where are you, dude? This isn't funny," shouted Jason. Dead silence. After several more minutes of waiting and searching, Jason had enough. "Mark, we're heading back to the car. We'll meet you there," he yelled. They made their way back across the bridge to the car park. Mark wasn't there either, so they waited there, sitting in the car until sunrise. Very worried by this point, Jason and Brad head back across the bridge to look for Mark again, with the help of the early morning light. Having no luck in finding Mark and fast running out of options, Jason and Brad decided to head back into town to get help. On the drive back, they spot a figure lying on the ground beside the road. The hitchhiker. Daylight gave everyone a little more courage, enough for Jason to stop the car and help this time. Approaching the body, to their surprise, it was Mark, with his clothes torn and filthy and his face stubbled as if he hadn't shaved in days. He was unconscious and almost unrecognizable. They drove him straight to the hospital. He was so dehydrated that he was close to death. When he finally recovered, they asked him what happened. That night, Mark had followed them across the bridge and along the trail. He had only glanced back towards the bridge for a moment, but when he turned around, he was alone. He concluded that Brad and Jason were pranking him, hiding behind some trees. He yelled out for Jason and Brad and got no response. He checked around the trees, but could see nothing. Suddenly, he heard the rustling of approaching footsteps. Relieved, he followed the sound, but saw no one when he drew near. Now, completely disoriented, freaked out, and alone in the dark, he cried out for help. He would hear the footsteps approach, but would never see who was making them. He tried to outrun them, but he sprained his ankle, bruised himself running into thick branches. For 3 days, the footsteps tormented him, until he had stumbled onto the road one night. He had limped along, wishing for a car to pass by, to take him home. He was overjoyed when he saw the light of an approaching car, even more so when he recognized it as Jason's. But that soon turned to anger and frustration as he watched it accelerate straight past him, without even a hint of acknowledgement. He passed out along the road soon afterwards and woke up in the hospital bed. The Three Musketeers disbanded shortly after that. To this day, Mark believes that Jason and Brad had abandoned him to the forest just for laughs for 3 entire days. To him, it's a prank that he will not ever forgive them for. Jason also believes it's a prank, but put on by Mark in return for being outvoted on the bridge. Mark must have spent that morning walking back to the road, leaving Jason and Brad worried sick and looking for him on the bridge. As for Brad, he has a different theory. That night in the car, they were caught up in a wrinkle in time. Time may not be the straight line we think it to be. Perhaps, like a great river, it has whirls and eddies which loop back seamlessly and sweep some random few caught in the tides. Maybe that night, the ghosts they heard were the echoes of Mark caught in those swirls. Perhaps, more frighteningly, at those popular suicide spots, the victims themselves never chose to die. Fate flipped a coin, and the location chose them. If not for a fateful decision to stop the car, Mark may also have become another victim. In the end, maybe time itself is the prankster who is playing tricks on us all. Having just shared with Brad the write-up of his story, he's told me of another, one that's absolutely floored me. It's about his cousins and the tragic tale of their daughter Emily. As per usual, all names have been changed to protect their privacy. Emily was always something of a mystery to her family. Always very quiet and thoughtful. She never had the childhood exuberance an 11-year-old should have. In school, her natural reservedness made it very difficult for her to form any friendships with the other children. For the first couple of years, her parents thought it might just be a phase of natural shyness. But as the years went by, they started to worry about this social awkwardness. They tried enrolling her in different classes, getting her involved in sports. They sacrificed their time and precious savings, doing whatever they could to help her make friends. But she seemed happiest when she was alone, playing with her dolls. None of the other children wanted to play with her because they thought she was weird. And deep down, Emily's parents felt it too. There was a certain oddness to her, a mix of adult seriousness and emotional detachment. It did not help either that the few times Emily spoke, it would be about events in the future. And they always seemed to come true. They first noticed it when Emily was 6 and was taken doll shopping. She paused outside the door of the doll store, and she absolutely refused to walk in there. When asked why, she replied, "It's hot, Mummy, and all the faces are melted." Within that very hour, an electrical fault had sparked, which burned down the premises. Emily knew when their pet dog would get hit by a car and they would have to put him down. She knew that the neighbor's tree would fall and collapse on their home during a fierce storm. What worried her parents most, though, was how certain Emily was that she would be dead before she was 12. It broke her parents' hearts to watch her playing alone with her dolls. How she would talk to them about how she won't be around and to not worry because Mummy and Daddy will look after them. Sure enough, shortly before her 12th birthday, Emily suffered a brain aneurysm and she never recovered. She was in a coma for several days before dying in a hospital bed with her weeping parents at her bedside. It took several weeks for her parents to pull themselves back together enough to continue with their lives. When they entered Emily's room for the first time since her death, they noticed a handwritten note on the table for them. In Emily's large scrawl, it said simply, "Dear Mum and Dad, I love you. Thank you for everything. Love, Emily." Over the next few months, they found more notes hidden throughout the house. Each of them would be written on different scraps of paper, but always in her familiar blue scrawl. Under a dollhouse, "Dear Mum and Dad, sorry I couldn't stay longer. Don't blame yourselves. It's not your fault. Love, Emily." On the back wall of the closet, "Dear Mum, tell Dad I miss his bedtime stories. Love, Emily." Behind cereal boxes in the pantry, "Dear Dad, Mum loves you very much, and she worries about how hard you work. Spend more time with her. Love, Emily. In an old briefcase. Dear Mum and Dad, sorry I didn't say I love you enough. I always have, and always will. Love, Emily. Knowing she was going to die, Emily had hidden dozens of messages for her parents to find, as reminders of her, saying all the things she couldn't seem to when she was alive. Each note her parents found was treasured and lovingly collected and stored in a heavy wooden box. But there was one note they found that seemed out of place. While it seemed to be in her handwriting, unlike the others, it was unsigned, and it used a blood-red ink. On it was simply written, Uncle Scott. Puzzled, they added it to the box. At the exact moment Uncle Scott knocked on the door to check on them, they smiled and put it down to a coincidence. Until a few weeks later, when they discovered a second note in the same red ink. Bad man. Feeling uneasy, they double-checked the locks on the doors that night. In the morning, they found their back door lock broken. It was only the chain lock they had secured that stopped whatever intruder from getting in. A few more weeks pass, and they uncover another red ink note, this time behind a photo on the mantelpiece. On it was written, In my room. Curious, they went to Emily's room and searched. Since Emily's death, they had very carefully cleaned and maintained it to be exactly the same as when Emily was alive. They thought that they had checked every corner for notes. They checked again under the bed and found another one in red ink, stuck to the mattress, behind closed doors. Curious, they closed Emily's bedroom door. Stuck to that door was a poster of puppies that Emily had liked when they first got their dog. The rattle from the door closing loosened and dropped the poster, revealing a fifth note. He will suffer. A wave of uneasiness hit Emily's parents, and they scrambled back out to the kitchen for a drink. At that moment, the doorbell rang as Scott paid his regular visit. He asked why they seemed so rattled and was told of that note behind the door. Scott asked to see it and went into Emily's bedroom while her parents stood shaking in the kitchen. In that moment, the door to Emily's room suddenly slammed shut with so much force the entire house shook. Scott's screams then filled the air, mixed with the sounds of crashing and banging. Emily's parents rushed to the room, but nothing they could do would open that door. The sounds of Scott's screams became louder and more frightening, along with unearthly guttural noises, as though some wild beast was in there with him. After several minutes of trying to break into the room, everything suddenly became still. Only Scott's quiet wailing could be heard as the door opened normally. He was laying in a fetal position, rocking back and forwards, whilst repeating, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Scott would never speak of what happened in that room, but he later confessed to having abused Emily since she was 5. He had threatened her to keep quiet, and Emily became withdrawn as a result. He was arrested and imprisoned for his reprehensible acts. On the day he was sentenced, Emily's parents opened their box of letters to remember what Scott had deprived them of. It was then they noticed that all the red inked letters were torn from the same complete sheet of paper. Uncle Scott, bad man, in my room, behind closed doors. He will suffer. It's been several months since that day, and no more notes have shown up. Emily's parents found some level of comfort and closure to their grief. Until a few days ago, when they found a new note under a rug in red ink. See you soon. First off, an update from Emily's family via Brad. From the previous story, notes. Since many people were asking. When Emily's parents opened the door to Emily's room yesterday, they noticed that all the dolls had their heads facing towards the door. Normally, they faced the opposite wall. Emily's favourite doll was on her bed instead of the dollhouse, also staring straight towards the door. After Uncle Scott's incident, they quickly shut the door and stayed out. They're avoiding that room for now. I'll provide an update if something more unusual happens. Collecting scary stories has become an obsession for me. My next victim for interrogation was Clive, not his real name, a friend of my mother's. As a former clinical psychoanalyst, he has witnessed his fair share of the strange. But his most unforgettable is the terrifying case of patient Sigma. Clive was a specialist in criminal cases, probing the minds of the most diabolical criminals to understand what creates monsters. A couple of years ago, he received an unusual and irresistible request from the military to investigate the case of patient Sigma. Sigma was the code name given to a particularly sensitive case which the military did not want to make public. Patient Sigma was an exemplary soldier, part of an elite special forces unit, highly trained and highly secretive. Notably, he was awarded for one particular act of heroism when he single-handedly protected 14 civilians from a raid until his squad could arrive. He was critically knocked out by a nearby mortar explosion and was clinically dead for 3 minutes before the medic successfully revived him. While he had a young family that worried about him, he was a patriotic military man with a duty to serve his country. He was keen to resume his career despite his near-death experience. After being given a clean bill of health, he reported back for duty A few days into his training, he began to develop a chill, no matter how warm the environment. Over the weeks, he became more and more distracted until the nightmares began. At night, he would suddenly start screaming and whimpering, cowering at some unseen horrors that seemed to be haunting him. The army psychologist initially assessed it as PTSD and ordered him to be confined to his barracks for a week's rest. 5 days in, his entire platoon failed to show up after Reveille. The squad captain marched angrily to the barracks to find out why. Upon entering the room, he was hit full force with the gruesome sight of blood-splattered walls and half-eaten bodies strewn all over. Patient Sigma stood at the center, naked, except for a coat of blood, crying in agony while gnawing on a dismembered limb. Rushing out of the room on pure instinct, the captain retched up his breakfast before summoning the military police. When 6 MPs entered the room, Sigma shook his head manically, yelling, "No choice. They forced me. They are watching." As they moved in to subdue him, he babbled over and over, "No, no, don't come near. They are here." After some stiff resistance, the MPs managed to secure him by the arms and legs to carry him out of there. One of the other MPs observed that as Sigma was being carried out, he was struggling wildly, crying out in pain. Large, animal-like bite marks appeared over his body, dripping with saliva and mixing with blood. In his condition, it was decided that it was best to isolate patient Sigma. A small, unused building on base was converted to a makeshift cell. It was constantly guarded. Strapped to a hospital bed, his movements were restricted and under camera observation 24 hours a day. Despite heavy interrogation, he was completely unresponsive. He just lay there, unmoving, staring at the corner of the room, his eyes constantly wet with tears. It was at this point that Clive was brought in to help find answers. The following excerpts are notes from his journal. Tuesday, 17th August. Finished reading case file for patient Sigma. Definitely intriguing. Why does a good man commit such evil? Initial assessment is acute post-traumatic stress syndrome combined with hyperpsychosomatic hysteria. There must be more to this than meets the eye. PTSS rarely involves cannibalism and spontaneous bite mark wounds. We'll meet patient Sigma tomorrow. Wednesday, 18th August. Patient Sigma was unresponsive to questioning or physical contact. Checked his pulse to ensure Sigma was still alive. Elevated heart rate detected, approx 170 BPM, and shallow breathing noted. Eyes appear alert. Pupil dilation, normal. At least, I can confirm we're not dealing with a zombie. Good thing, as I don't believe in zombies. Thursday, 19th August. Patient continues to be unresponsive, despite not being physically comatose. Have reviewed surveillance. very strange. Sigma never moves. Even more strange, Sigma does not appear to sleep. Further, he appears to talk to himself when alone. Behavior particularly active during late night and early morning periods. Frustrated to find that surveillance cameras cannot pick up sound. We'll need to get that fixed. Friday, 20th August. I have added a microphone to the room during today's visit. Sigma is still unresponsive and has not eaten for the past few days. Muscle mass clearly deteriorating. Sigma continues to lie in the same position. He has not shifted once since I've arrived. Observation confirmed with security footage. Patient just stares at the same spot all day and all night. Tested a hypothesis this afternoon. Stood directly in front of Sigma's vision. Sigma immediately began screaming, loudly, frightening. Stepped away, and Sigma resumed his catatonic state. Spent 10 minutes examining corner that Sigma stares at. It's beige. Could this perhaps have a calming effect on Sigma? Will require further observation. Monday, 23rd August. Spent the weekend reviewing more footage and new audio. Sound quality is poor. Not picking up any distinct words. Feeling frustrated, having wasted 2 days of progress. I do have a plan though. We'll sneak into the cell this evening to listen in and record. Patient seems most active from 10 p.m. onwards. Visited Sigma again this afternoon. No change, other than his eyes being noticeably more bloodshot. Tuesday, 24th August. Wasted another night. Stupidly brought flashlight to sneak in. Sigma stopped talking on approach when he noticed that light. But I have a cunning idea. Have managed to borrow night vision goggles from Contact in unit supply. State-of-the-art active infrared, military-grade hardware. We'll be able to navigate in complete darkness. My plan is to observe Sigma on camera, then sneak in when he starts talking tonight. That was the last entry in Clive's journal. He had abruptly resigned the following morning. Not long afterwards, a mysterious fire destroyed the makeshift cell block, incinerating everything inside, including patient Sigma. Clive had managed to sneak in that night. Carefully peering into the room through his goggles, he saw the green outline of Sigma on the bed, staring at the corner. Straining, he heard fragments of Sigma's conversation with himself, in between heart-wrenching sobs. Promised, don't harm, family, leave Sarah, did as you told. After a few moments, Clive realized that patient Sigma was not talking to himself, but to the corner of the room. Curiosity got the better of him, and he stretched his neck to look there too. Sticking out of that wall were 3 goat-like heads, liquid, dripping from their maws, talking back to patient Sigma. Clive unconsciously gasped in horror, and those 3 heads snapped their attention right at him. Their glowing eyes, now aware of his presence. Pure terror compelled Clive to forget everything, including bladder control, and to flee the building. Rushing past the door with his limited vision, he slammed into the guard on duty, tripped, and knocked himself unconscious. He was also lucky to have missed splitting his head on a sharp rock just by a few inches. Even today, Clive still doesn't know what he really witnessed in the room that night. When pressed, he reluctantly reveals this much. He suspects that there are many things waiting for us on the other side. In those fateful 3 minutes that patient Sigma was dead and finding his way back, he had inadvertently brought something back with him. And he's not sure whether that something is looking for a way back or, having escaped, is looking to roam free. Wherever the truth lies, I do know this. Throughout our whole conversation, Clive never once took his eyes off the corner of the room. Besides the disturbing story of patient Sigma, Clive also shared another strange story that he was involved in. The mysterious and sad case of Lucy. We all take our memories for granted. Happy or sad, we file them away in the recesses of our mind, only to dust them off every now and again when nostalgia beckons. Some linger wistfully. Some may haunt us for eternity. But ultimately, they are our footprints in the sand, fading with each passing tide. What very few of us acknowledge is that those footprints are not just records of our passing. They are our life. What we are is the sum total of our memories. Every decision we've made, every person we've known, all the thoughts and dreams we've experienced are the unique patterns in the sand that let us know we have existed. Sometimes, it takes a story like Lucy's to make us remember just how precious that is. Lucy had a very happy childhood. Growing up in a rural community, her days were filled with chasing butterflies and helping her loving parents tend the farm. She had an ongoing rivalry with her brother Ryan, who was 2 years older, which mellowed over the years to form the unspoken love and respect that bonds siblings together. Ryan was obsessed with traveling the world and wanted to be an adventurer like Indiana Jones. One summer, when she was 7, Ryan had the idea to create a time capsule for explorers from the future to discover one day. They had spent the morning gathering an odd assortment of coins, trinkets, family photos, and each wrote a letter to place in a box. They spent that afternoon digging a hiding place for the box under the oak tree, capping it with a large stone. To help future generations find it, they had grabbed a knife from the kitchen to carve in the stone a large crude X to mark the spot. Lucy remembered her parents grounding her 2 weeks for destroying that knife and not telling why she did it. She had agreed with Ryan that it was best for the box to stay secret, for others to find it. Lucy attended the local school that was an hour's walk away. She remembered making that walk 1,000 times, strolling with her brother and their neighbour Matthew. Matthew was just a few months older than Lucy, but had an easy charm that made him very likeable. She had liked the way his hazel eyes would sparkle and his nose crinkled when he laughed. She had loved the way he flicked his head to move his floppy brown hair from covering his eyes. It was convenient that they were in the same classes, so spent most of their childhood growing up together. They spent many summer nights as teenagers lying on the ground, gazing up at the expansive night sky. They would talk for hours of other worlds and the vastness of the universe, and how great it would be to explore the stars, if only they were not so far away. She remembered that Matthew wanted more than anything to be an astronaut, and he hid a jar under his bed to save up for a trip into space. She remembered helping him spending an entire week of their holidays digging up weeds until their backs ached so he could add a few more dollars to that jar. Meager as it was still a few dollars closer to the stars. She remembered how the last day of that job turned into a mudball fight, which escalated into a friendly wrestling match, and how her blood raced when Matthew pinned her to the ground, half laughing and half exhausted. She remembered their first kiss laying there, and how alive she felt with the smell of dirt and cut grass and sweat. When they were 17, they carved their names, framed within a large heart, into the ancient trunk of the oak tree. She remembered wanting those days to never end. But Lucy also vividly recalled that Sunday when she was 19, when Matthew changed and began acting strangely. He avoided her and always gave vague excuses for why they couldn't spend time together. The more she tried to talk to him, the more distant he became. Instead of coming over to watch TV, as he had for as long as she could remember, he spent his nights alone in the woods. She had tried to follow him a few times, but he always seemed to know, and after weaving his way through the forest, she would lose his track and he would disappear. For an entire week, it seemed that Matthew didn't exist. His parents could provide no explanation either. Lucy remembered crying alone each one of those nights, tormenting herself about what could have gone wrong. Then, one Saturday evening, right after nightfall, Matthew just as inexplicably showed up on her doorstep with a devilish grin on his face. He asked her to follow him into the woods, but he refused to explain why. He would only say that there was something that she, and only she, had to see. No one else could follow. At once, relieved and terrified, Lucy didn't know what to think. She recalled between her tears of joy and relief a creeping sense of horror. Eventually, she relented under Matthew's insistence and charm, and they left together for the woods without anyone knowing. Lucy recalled thinking that the trail seemed darker, more sinister than she had ever remembered it. She remembered how the adrenaline from her fast-beating heart amplified every sound around her. The crunching of twigs on the ground, the chirping of insects, the buzz of mosquitoes, and the flapping of birds disturbed in their nests. She remembered how tightly Matthew gripped her hand as he led her through a labyrinth of trees. And she remembered how cold and nervous he seemed. Eventually, the dense foliage cleared to a wide open space in the forest, and to a sight that would be forever seared into her memory. Along the far wall of the trees, wires were strung out, upon which were hung rows of jars with delicate care. In each jar were hundreds of fireflies, glowing a ghostly green in the darkness. From where she was standing, Lucy could clearly make out the words they formed. You are my universe. It was the second most beautiful thing that Lucy had ever seen in her life. The most beautiful thing was the very next moment when she had turned around to see Matthew. He was on one knee, and in his hand was a ring, a single star sapphire surrounded by a constellation of diamonds. She remembered wondering how Matthew could afford this, and noticing that the first jar of fireflies was that same jar as the one underneath his bed. With tears welling in her eyes, she emphatically said, "Yes." For that night, their entire universe was the intimate space of that clearing, and they spent it making love, surrounded by starlight. When her family found out about the news of her engagement, they were ecstatic, though not surprised. Though, a few weeks later, they had to accelerate the wedding plans, as Lucy found out she was pregnant. Though her parents were slightly embarrassed about the prospect of almost having a child out of wedlock, it was more than overcome by their joy at being grandparents. During her first trimester, her parents drove her to the local hospital for her prenatal examination. There were some unusual results, so she was asked to stay overnight for more tests and was given a bed. When she awoke that morning, her whole life was turned upside down. The doctors told Lucy that she had had a phantom pregnancy, that there was no child in her. Confused and distraught, she felt her world starting to collapse around her. She called her parents to pick her up, only to find that their number had been disconnected. By late afternoon, she was so distraught that they hadn't shown up to take her home. Distressed, she contacted Matthew's number, only to have a stranger pick up the phone. Now, on the verge of hysteria and panic, Lucy had to be sedated for her own safety. Clive was brought in to do the psychiatric evaluation, but he could find nothing wrong with Lucy. She seemed perfectly normal, considering the circumstances, and it was odd that no one had picked her up from the hospital. Finding her identity card amongst her belongings, he agreed to drive her home. Arriving at the listed address, they found only a derelict farmhouse where wild grass grew so high that it almost obscured the entrance. Entering the home, they found it abandoned. An entire wall had caved in and caused the roof to collapse. Years of exposure to the weather rendered the house uninhabitable, Only the strewn debris of long-gone squatters remained. Rushing to the backyard, Lucy found that tall oak tree still standing guard over a half-buried stone marked X. The carved heart was still there, a faint, fading scar upon the bark. On digging up the buried box, the contents were found to be almost empty. Driving to Matthew's home, his parents showed no flicker of recognition towards Lucy. They informed them that the farmhouse next door had been abandoned for over 15 years. The family living there had a son, but they all died when a drunk driver lost his way, drove his truck into the side of the house, killing everyone inside. When Lucy asked about Matthew, they exploded with rage and firmly asked her to immediately leave. Matthew was the name they wanted to give their son, but he was stillborn 20 years ago. They did not appreciate it being made a joke of. Lucy tried calling all the numbers she had in her phone, and while she knew details of their life, each and every one of them did not recognize who she was. It's as if the universe had abandoned her. With no further leads, Clive eventually had her committed to an asylum, where she now waits out her days. The first few years, she struggled angrily, but as hope faded, defiance turned to grief, and finally, to acceptance of her fate. As much as she tries to forget her past and move on, the precious few items she has remaining anchor her to a mysterious past. A faded family portrait found in the box under the oak, and a star sapphire ring surrounded with diamonds. With no identity and no one to recognize her, she now spends her days living like a ghost, waiting and wondering when that day will come, when she too will fade from existence. Her footprints in the sand, washed away by the passing tide. So treasure all your memories, good and bad, for you never know. One morning, you may wake up to find everyone you know has vanished, and memories are all that you are left with. The more stories I collect, the more I start to question what our reality actually is. Like Plato's allegory of the cave, perhaps what we think of as real is nothing more than flickering shadows across a dim wall. Our minds try their best to piece together these echoes of reality with our limited senses, but the great world of truth lies beyond our reach and comprehension. But there are some of us who can, and do, perceive reality very differently. After reading my last two stories, my friend Steve spoke of one of these people. His ex-girlfriend, Christine. They had met at university, where they attended the same psychology course. From the first time he saw her, he knew that she was special. She had an otherworldly quality to her, mixed with a strange intensity that he saw in few others. She was exceptionally bright, almost inhumanly so, and it took several weeks of relentless courtship before she relented to finally start dating him. It was months into their relationship that Steve was able to piece together why Christine was like no other person he had known. She was an individual with a rare form of synesthesia, which gave her a very unique perspective on the world. She processed stimuli in a very different way. Her brain mixed up her senses so that she could hear colours, smell sounds, or even taste numbers. She was a genius at mathematics because she could intuitively feel the right answers. They would taste right to her. She had this ability for as long as she could remember. Growing up, she had assumed everybody could do it too. It was not until 3rd grade when she asked her teacher why the school bell always smelled like oranges did she discover she was different. Her classmates would laugh at her, call her a freak. So, she would avoid talking about her abilities and kept it secret throughout high school. Her synesthesia only got stronger as she got older. By the time school ended, she had already decided to devote herself to the study of the human mind so she could learn more about herself. Steve was the first person since primary school that she had trusted enough to tell. She had loved the fact Steve was also a psychology major and was just as intrigued as she was about her ability. They spent countless hours discussing how she experienced the world, which was so much richer and varied than he could imagine. She told him that the number 1 tasted like chocolate, 3 was cinnamon, 6 was garlic, and 8 was cut grass. For her, doing multiplications, for example, was like cooking. She could taste the result and know if the answer was right. It seemed as if she experienced a whole new other world that no one else could sense. The most intense of her sensations were for colours. Each colour had a unique voice and personality. It spoke to her, especially when she touched it. Red was an old woman, kind and gentle, like a grandmother. Blue was angry, impatient, always rushing her. Green was stern and strict, while yellow was proud and arrogant. Black was pure silence, the absence of all sound. Her favourite was white, seductive, passionate. She loved wearing white. There was one colour that she truly feared though, and that was dark grey. Even just a shade above black, and she would start to hear whispers rising from the silence. A few shades lighter, and the voices would get louder. Evil voices, whispering in her ear, delighting in telling her how her skin would be flayed, strip by strip, from her conscious body. How her flesh would be devoured and torn from her bones while she was still awake. How her eyeballs would be scooped from her skull so she could see 1,000 pointed teeth tearing at her face. Needless to say, she hated nighttime and the darkness. She had to always sleep with the lights on and with sleeping tablets so she wouldn't dream when her eyes were closed. When Steve and Christine eventually moved in together, they found an old apartment in a nice neighborhood with white plaster walls all around. It was perfect for them, close to the university and to their work. Very spacious and surprisingly affordable. Christine had loved the feel of it the moment she saw it, and Steve would have no complaints about how much friskier she was in that white apartment. Steve was careful to avoid any grey in the house. Each room was a different colour to match its purpose. Their study was green and their kitchen was red. Their bedroom in particular was furnished all in white, from the painted wardrobe to the white bed linen and the white carpet. Steve even took care with the lighting to avoid any shadows casting grey spots in the room. In their first week there, both had failed to attend any classes due to their extensive love-making sessions. It was after one of these particularly passionate sessions, while Steve lay asleep on the bed, that Christine noticed a faint crack in the opposite wall. Against the stark white plaster, the thin, grey line seemed to whisper imperceptibly to her from across the room. While it did annoy her, she decided to deal with it tomorrow, as they had a lot of catching up with classes to do. She took her sleeping pills and drifted off to a dreamless slumber. For the next day, she had completely forgotten about the crack, until she was in bed again, staring at it. It became like an itch, one she could not scratch. It became more noticeable because she knew it was there. It called and beckoned to her, whispering to her to get closer. The more she gazed at it, the wider and thicker that grey crack seemed to get. She nudged at Steve, who reassured her that it was just her imagination. He assured her he would paint over the wall on the weekend if it bothered her too much. True to his word, Steve filled the hairline crack with plaster and painted over the wall twice. It did not help. She could still hear the voice calling to her. Her strategy now was to avoid looking at the wall, to banish it by completely ignoring it. But in her mind, she could still see that crack. Now, the width of a thick pencil. She was sure that the last words she would hear repeatedly as she drifted off to her medicated sleep was a ghostly, "I'm here," and "No more hiding." One night, she decided she could ignore it no longer and had to face it. As she stared at that crack, which crept across the entire wall, she gasped as a bony finger began to poke out from its center and started to explore. She watched in mute horror as a second skeletal finger reached out from the gap and began feeling around the edges. She screamed so loud that Steve fell off the bed as he woke and pulled off his sleeping mask. Christine pointed at the empty wall, crying with teary eyes about a skeleton crawling out from behind there. Steve could see nothing, but no amount of consoling would convince her to spend another night in that room. She ended up staying over at a friend's place overnight, and she refused to go back to that apartment until that wall was knocked down to prove she wasn't crazy. While Steve was hesitant to lose their bond by destroying a perfectly good wall to chase some ghost, he weighed that up against losing a great apartment and his girlfriend. With great reluctance, he laid down some plastic on the floor and smashed a crowbar against the wall as Christine watched on. Where there used to be a covered-up hairline crack, there was now a gaping hole that Steve started tearing at with his hands. With a quarter of the wall ripped, both Steve and Christine were stunned to find a crouching human skeleton stuffed against the cavities and covered in cobwebs. They called the police to report their gruesome discovery. After extensive questioning, they were cleared of being suspects, as the body had clearly been there long before Steve and Christine were even born. In the decades past, the building had shady tenants and a very different neighborhood, a known crime hotspot. It was a slum area that had been slowly fixed up over the past few years, its history plastered and painted over until it was respectable. The skeleton was traced back to a missing persons case from 1973. Reported as missing by her mother, the victim was a young prostitute with a petty criminal record, a profile the police back then devoted precious few resources or sympathy to follow up. The police thought it was likely she was murdered and walled up by one of the previous occupants, a notorious gang member who himself was killed in 1982 in a fight over money. The skeletal remains were eventually given a proper burial next to her long-deceased mother, a long overdue reunion. Luckily for Steve, the apartment owner was also understanding enough to pay for the repairs to the wall, given the circumstances. However, try as they might, the rest of their life couldn't return to normal for the couple. The ordeal gave Christine constant nightmares about skeletons breaking through the wall, despite the sleeping pills, nor would the voices stop tormenting her. Eventually, she turned to harder narcotics to find any release to escape from her reality. The pressures of completing a degree and caring for Christine's drug abuse put an unbearable strain on their relationship, and they broke off soon after. It was just mentally too difficult for either of them to cope. Since then, Steve has been in and out of several relationships over the years. A few days ago, he decided to track down Christine again to get more details for this story. He ended up speaking with her parents. Christine had continued to struggle with drug addiction for several years after their breakup. Chronically short of money, she was constantly on the move from place to place. Her last known location was a rundown motel where she had skipped rent and left all her meager belongings behind. Her parents had tried to track her down and even enlisted the help of a private investigator. Christine was eventually found a few months ago. The motel she had stayed at was being demolished to make way for new apartments. In her former room, behind a wall with a crack running across it, her skeletal remains were found, trapped between the dark, grey concrete. "Well, boys, let's talk." Malcolm grinned through a beard that looked like a mangy kitten had stuck to his face. "Do you have those ciggies for me?" This was the last of our 3 meetings with Malcolm, a model inmate. He was exceedingly polite and friendly, a stark contrast to the violent murders he was imprisoned for. I had agreed to help Steve with his postgraduate psychology thesis. This involved some field work, interviewing dozens of patients. Most were fairly mundane. A couple were truly horrifying. And Malcolm's was by far the most memorable. The interview had been set up by Steve's mentor, a jovial Dr. Mackenzie. He thought it would be both a valuable experience and a character-building exercise to meet someone with a deeply disturbed past. As an added bonus, he would delight in having Steve squirm a little. So here I was, locked in with a psychopath. Because friends don't let friends accidentally get murdered doing homework. Our first meeting with Malcolm was unproductive. Our thoughts mostly focused on trying not to get killed. As the interviewer, Steve was too self-conscious, too careful in avoiding saying the wrong thing or making sudden movements that might be misinterpreted as a provocation. In reality, we had nothing to fear. Though he had confessed to the murder of 6 people 4 years ago, Malcolm had not once shown the slightest violent tendency. His good behavior had earned him the privilege of participating in this program. As Malcolm never had visitors, he was very pleased to see us. The second meeting, a week later, was more relaxed. Malcolm opened up about his childhood. He was an only child in a middle-class family in the middle of suburbia. A rebellious youth. He had run away from home at 17 to elope with a girl his parents had disapproved of. For 2 years, the two of them roamed the country, taking up odd jobs, short-order cook, bussing tables, minor theft, until eventually she got bored, left him for a richer fling. Heartbroken, he endured a few more years of drifting until his stubborn pride relented and he made his way back home to ask his parents for forgiveness. He came back to find a foreclosed son sitting on a derelict house. His parents had spent their fortune searching for him until they were tragically killed in a car accident a year earlier. He spent the next few years drowning his guilt in whiskey, using up what little remained of his inheritance. On the night of his 34th birthday, he had stumbled to a wharf to drown himself more permanently. Sitting on that dock, swigging the last of his JD, he also drunk in the serenity of his surroundings. The boats bobbed up and down gently on the water. The twinkling lights reflected playfully off the surface. The gentle lapping sound of the waves against the pier. He gazed at the horizon that beckoned with the promise of things yet to see and experience. He decided in that moment he was not ready to go. He wanted to live. He didn't find God as such, but he did find hope, purpose, a reason to live. So he sobered up, worked steadily, and saved up until he could afford a small fishing boat that doubled as his home. He loved to travel over that horizon when he could and drop his fishing lines, just enjoying life on the water. There were many other things he wanted to see and do, but they would have to wait until he could save up more money. But now, At our third and final meeting, we wanted to know just one thing. What drove Malcolm to brutally kill Todd Weber, his wife Tracy, their sons Jack and Ryan, their Uncle Bill, and another victim who couldn't even be identified from the remains? We had to know what had made Malcolm snap. Steve handed Malcolm the open box of cigarettes. Malcolm grabbed them giddily, and he took a big old whiff. "Thanks, boys. These'll do nicely," he grinned, putting the box away in his pocket. Malcolm didn't smoke, but many of the inmates did. No doubt that box'll buy him a few favors. "So, you'll be wanting to know what happened that night then, eh?" "Yeah. Why did you do those things in the police report?" Steve pushed his body forward in his chair and pressed his arched fingers against his lips. "Ah, you've read the report then. You already know what happened." The official court filings duly noted that Malcolm had confessed to the murders and pleaded insanity. A straightforward case, given the crime scene they'd found. "We've done our research, yes. We've gone through the court transcripts. But you never gave a motive. You never explained why you did it." Malcolm slumped back in his chair, and his body language noticeably shifted to one of apprehension as he crossed his arms and started chewing on his nails. He stared intently at the security camera in the corner of the ceiling for several moments, furiously debating with himself in his mind. Finally, he leaned in and he whispered to us, "Okay, I'll tell you. I've wanted to tell someone, but I couldn't. If you do tell anyone else though, I'll deny it, and I'll tell them you're crazy. Deal?" Steve exchanged glances with me, then nodded calmly. I leaned forward with a pen in my sweaty hands, ready to start furiously scribbling notes, as Malcolm closed his eyes and told us his story. It was a chilly Saturday night. I was in a happy mood. I'd just filled Smoother Sailing, that's the name of my boat, with fuel. I was going to take her out to my favourite spot. I upped anchor at 8 p.m. and pushed off the wharf, hitting full throttle when I got out to open waters. My spot was 3 hours away, but I don't mind. I love the sailing. That feeling of cold air and sea spray rushing over you. You know what that feeling is? It's being alive. I had not felt that in a very long time. Visibility that night was great. There was barely a cloud in the sky. Being winter and all, there were no other boats about. It was just me, the sea, and the stars. Just the way I liked it. Around 9:30, the radar picked up another boat, about 5 miles ahead. I'd never seen anyone out there in deep waters that time of night before, so I went to check it out. It was on my way anyway. Closing in, I saw the glow of a sweet-looking yacht. One of those millionaire's boats, all fancy and slick and big and lit up like a Christmas tree. It must have been at least an 80-footer. She was a real looker. I throttled back to get a good peek along her starboard side. She was called the Mary Sea. A couple of guys were on the deck and a family inside the cabin setting up dinner. I waved a neighbourly hello as I sailed on by, but only the guys on deck saw me. They just stared and wrinkled their noses like I was some bad smell. So I changed my hand wave to an extended middle finger and sped off. No way I was letting them spoil my mood. Finally, I made it to my spot. I baited the lines, dropped them in the water, sat back and enjoyed my fishing in peace for a few hours. I was hoping to stay there the whole weekend, to be honest, but a storm warning flashed up. Didn't want to get caught in a storm so far out from the harbour, so I pulled up the lines and started making my way back. I did catch a good pink snapper, so it wasn't entirely a wasted trip. I was a bit surprised to see the Merry Sea pop up on the radar again on my return route. It was around 4:30 a.m. now, and she hadn't moved at all. Getting closer, I could see that she was still all lit up. But something was wrong. There was a big dent along the starboard waterline, and she was kind of listing slightly portside. I thought that maybe she might be taken on water. I got in close, and I yelled out for the crew. Didn't hear nothing back. Only sounds were the waves slapping against the boat. I circled around slowly, and I checked the radio for distress signals. There was nothing on any of the frequencies. A lifeboat was still rigged up portside, untouched. The crew would still be on board. I maydaid the Coast Guard, and I moored my boat to the back of the yacht. There was a boarding ladder. I climbed up to get on deck. The lights were all on, so I yelled out again. No answer. Nothing. Looking around the deck, things seemed relatively normal. Some half-drunk glasses of wine on the table and some untouched food. Nothing too unusual though. I slowly walked into the cabin, and I noticed that the doors were busted. Like something big had crashed into them from the inside. Something trying to get out. The wooden frame was all splintered. I yelled out again to see if everyone was all right. Still no sound. Inside was another table, set up with dinner. Everything was still laid out neat. No sign of struggle or trouble. It was like the crew just vanished as they were tucking in. There was a galley next to the dining cabin. It was messy, but no different to what you'd expect after cooking. I could smell faint onions and meat in the air. Up ahead was the forward cabin with the ship's navigation and a large lounge area. I was trying to check out the ship's log when I heard a sudden crashing sound behind me, back where the dining table was. I rushed back there, but it was just some glasses slipping off the table. The boat was now at a pretty bad angle. I saw some stairs leading down to the crew's quarters and thought I'd quickly check them out. You know, before the ship sunk, just in case there were people trapped and needing help. Heading down, the carpet was already wet with seawater on one side. I went down the corridor, knocking on rooms and opening doors and yelling out for anyone who might hear. At the end was the master bedroom. I should have left the boat right then and there. I wish I never opened that door. There are some things that are just better left unknown. But it had seemed empty, like all the others at first. But I noticed some small shoes under some drapes. It looked like some kid was hiding behind them. I walked up slowly, whispering, "Hey, kid, it's all right. There's nothing to be scared of, but we need to leave now." I got no response, not even so much as a twitch. So I got in real close, then ripped the drapes away. There was no kid there, just his shoes, and his severed feet still in them. It was like something had ripped him from his body. I fell back and gagged. I ran into the ensuite to throw up, then saw the mirror was covered in blood. I stepped back and slipped on the wet floor. It was blood, not water. I had the blood all over me. I saw 4 more shoes lined up in the bath. Again, with severed feet still in them, just like the first. I screamed and ran as fast as I could back up the stairs. Near to the top, I heard someone yell out to me. I was screaming and babbling, but they eventually calmed me down and then cuffed me. The Coast Guard had arrived. They did a quick inspection and found more severed feet. These were in the closet of the 2 other rooms I had checked out. They transferred me to their boat and detained me while they searched smoother sailing. Near my bunk, they found 1 more set of shoes and feet. Another kid's. I couldn't possibly explain how it got there. 12 shoes and feet in all. 6 different people. They charged me with murder and maritime piracy. When my court hearing came around, I still had no explanation for what happened. I was the last person to see them alive. I was a thief in my youth and was found uninvited on some rich guy's yacht. I had their blood all over me. Their remains were found on my boat. The Merry Sea had sunk by that mid-morning, taking any other evidence with it. What choice did I have but to plead insanity? Malcolm seemed to have aged 20 years as he finished telling his story. But then he looked at us, smiled, and the age washed away, along with the weight on his shoulders. When our time was drawing to a close, the guard arrived and was cuffing him back to his cell. Steve still felt he needed some closure. Hey, Malcolm. So, you really didn't do it then? You don't have to be here. We can, try to help you out. Try to clear your name. Malcolm only chuckled. What makes you think I want to get out of here? I confessed, didn't I? But why? Why confess to something that you didn't do? That's crazy. Think about this, he said. I know I've had a long time to think it over. In here, it's not so bad. I'm watched 24 hours a day. Someone's always checking in on me, watching carefully who comes in and out, making sure I'm safe. One thing fishing has taught me is no matter how good you think you are, there's a bigger fish out there, ready and waiting to eat your lunch, or eat you for lunch. And outside, well, that thing is still out there, still hungry. Out there, you got no one watching over you all the time, making sure you're safe. So, who do you think is really crazy, eh? That was the last we ever saw of Malcolm. Fate and destiny weave many threads throughout our lives. Particular events often seem without meaning, and it is only when stepping back does a bigger picture emerge. The individual strands, these seemingly random encounters and events, all knit together into a tapestry of our history. We begin to comprehend how everything connects and has a place, even if we don't understand the reasons. Sometimes it makes us see old threads in a new light, illuminating even greater mysteries lurking in our past. My childhood encounter with the unknown is one such loose thread that I still wonder where it eventually leads. The routine interview Steve and I had with Satya is another. As we unraveled her story over several sessions, we found so many threads knotted together that by the end of it, we still don't know what to think or believe. Satya was another patient Steve was interviewing for his thesis. She was larger than life, figuratively and metaphorically. A generously proportioned woman with a boisterous and loving personality. We barely had a chance to introduce ourselves before she gave us both a hug in greeting. She was the most unlikely candidate for MDD, that's major depressive disorder, or clinical depression. It was only when she started telling us her story did her demeanor change. She had grown up in a Cambodian orphanage with 6 other kids. Though she never knew her parents, her childhood there was mostly a happy one. She was given a good education, even better than most other kids in the public schools nearby, and had the chance to get into a good career in accounting. But growing up, she never felt her destiny was to be great or important to the world. Instead, she felt her contribution would be to teach others to be of great importance. So as a sign of appreciation for the opportunities that she had been given, she became a teacher for underprivileged kids. She loved her job and loved working with children, both her own and those in her care. She had been in and out of therapy since the funeral for Father Abraham, the patron of their orphanage growing up, about 2 years ago. A priest from Portugal, he had moved from place to place before settling in Cambodia to do his work. He was not just a father in title though. He had single-handedly raised 7 orphans, providing them with food, shelter, and education when the rest of the world had all but abandoned them. Though it was now over 20 years since she had left to start a family of her own, Abraham and the other orphans would always be her first real family. She still remembered the day she got that fateful call. She was preparing dinner, as fate would have it. Vinha de los, a traditional Portuguese dish of marinated pork, the way Abraham had first taught her. It was something she cooked once a month, not just because of the happy memories it brought her, but also because she was still experimenting with the recipe. After all these years, she still couldn't quite seem to get the taste and texture exactly as she remembered it the first time it was cooked for her. When she picked up the phone, it was Chana, her best friend from the orphanage. She immediately sensed that something was wrong with the quiet sobbing on the line. When told of Father's death, she had screamed and collapsed into an inconsolable heap for hours. She booked the first flight she could back to Cambodia to attend the funeral the following week. She joined Chana at the service, along with 3 other orphans that she had not seen for years: Afonso, Kong, and Raksa. It was a moving, if subdued, funeral. After the orphanage had closed down, Abraham had joined a small mission in a rural village, spending the rest of his days praying in solitude. They were the closest thing that Abraham had had to family. Most of the other attendees were strangers to Sucha. Afterwards, the old group of friends caught up to reminisce about their childhood and swap memories about Father. They marveled at his saintly patience in single-handedly educating 7 unruly children for how to prepare for life. Father Abraham had insisted that they should all speak English, not their native Cambodian language, as it would give them more opportunities for a better future. They laughed together about how they all discovered much later in life that Father had confused the 6 grammatical tenses of his native Portuguese when he taught in English, resulting in all of them adopting his quirky style of speech. They affectionately dubbed it Abrahanese. Soon, though, conversation turned to the 2 other orphans who were not present, Clemente and Jacquem. Both had died years earlier, their life cut all too short by fate and circumstance. Clemente was their eldest brother, and he was fiercely protective of them growing up. Though he sometimes abused his position of being the oldest, as young boys tend to do, he would always be there to look after the kids when Father had to leave the orphanage on business. Sucha remembered once during the water festival, a boy had stolen her toy water gun that Father had bought for her. Clemente tracked that boy down and broke his nose, spending a night in a prison cell for his efforts. That did little to change his ways, though. He was never shy of standing up for others, particularly the weak, and dispensing justice. So it was on one fateful night that he saw a beggar having his meager belongings stolen. He was stabbed from behind as he was trying to prevent the minor robbery. His life was extinguished over a fight for what amounted to 84 cents. Jacquem's death was no less tragic. He had taken his own life a few months earlier. Kong, his roommate, was the person to discover Jacquem's body after returning from his shift at the grocery store. Walking into the bathroom, he found Jacquem lying on the floor, along with an empty bottle of bleach tipped over beside him. Fumbling for the phone to call for help, the medics had arrived too late. The bleach had burned through his throat, esophagus, and stomach. At Jacquem's funeral, Kong had been too distraught to say much more. But by the time of Abraham's funeral, he was ready to reopen that wound. He admitted to the group that there was some more information he left out in his report to the police. That Jacquem was still alive when he walked in. He was on the floor, eyes bloodshot, and tears streaming down his face. When he spotted Kong, he struggled to mouth some words. Kong got close enough to hear him whisper, "We had 8 orphans. 8 orphans," before finally clenching his chest in pain and going into shock. That would have meant nothing to the police, but it immediately changed the mood of the group. A chill went down their spines. They had not spoken of it for years, but they each have always felt that there was an extra orphan in their group. None of them could ever remember seeing the 8th. They could not describe what he looked like or where he was from. For as long as they could remember, there was always 7 of them growing up with Father Abraham. But they all had an unshakable, unexplainable feeling that someone was missing. When they had first spoken to Abraham about it, he had laughed it off and asked the children to count themselves and see. It would always come to 7. When they had persisted in the questioning, it was the first and only time that they had seen Father get angry. He forbade them to ever mention it again and would punish anyone who spoke of it. He said he did not want the community thinking that he could not teach his children something as simple as counting to 10. Now that Father had gone, it was as if a taboo had been lifted. So they spent the night swapping the secret memories that they had each held on to for years. Kong started by confessing that he had felt there was an 8th from the very first day they arrived. On the old bus to the orphanage, he recalled that they were all paired up and all 8 passenger seats were filled. They could not have been an odd number of people. But the memory was so long ago, and they all had different memories of who sat next to whom. And everyone seemed accounted for. None of them could recall any person that didn't match the description of the 7. Roxa then stepped the group through the activities on the first day. It was such a mix of emotions for them, with so many activities. Being shown around the small orphanage, learning the rules, meeting the guard dogs, being assigned beds, cleaning their areas, even learning to cook their own lunch. By mid-afternoon, after chatting individually with Father, they were all exhausted and had an afternoon nap. They didn't wake up again until dinner time. But always, there were just 7 beds in our room, stated Afonso. That means only 7 of us, right? Let's see. 3 beds along the wall with the door. 4 beds on the other side. I don't think there would have been space for another bed, replied Roxa. There were big beds for little children though, argued Chana. If we pushed 2 of them together, 3 of us could have slept in that. Maybe, but the beds were never together, no? Father would never allow it. So that still means 7, retorted Alfonso. What if the 8th didn't need to sleep? Everyone went quiet and looked at Roxa. Well, I never told anyone but Father, Roxa continued. But on that first night, I couldn't sleep. I just stayed in bed, listening to you all sleep. I heard the door open. Then I saw a small boy at the door. I told him go back to bed, or Father will get mad, thinking it was one of you. But the boy turned around and vanished. I almost screamed, but I was too afraid to. I stayed under the blanket, wide awake until morning. Father told me it was just a bad dream. Oh Lord, I always thought the orphanage was haunted, admitted Shana. I always hated going to the shower by myself. I always felt like I was being watched. I first thought it was you boys, but many times I would see a shadow in the corner. It would dart away when I looked at it. Yeah, Jarquin did try and sneak a look once, but you know that one time Jarquin got in trouble for it? Asked Kong. It wasn't him. He was making sausages with me and the other boys for dinner. Father punished him severely with the cane, but he took it because he knew he was guilty from the time before. As the night progressed, they shared more and more stories of sightings. An extra face in the mirror. The sound of another person breathing heavily when they were alone. Satya stayed extra quiet, listening to each story with growing apprehension. Eventually, Shana noticed and asked her what's wrong. Why wasn't she talking? I too saw the eighth. I remember now, though I tried so hard to forget. Lord, I tried so hard to forget. Father told me it was just a bad dream, a nightmare, and to forget it, cried Sacha. I kept seeing the boy too. I thought maybe it was a spirit. I thought maybe he was lonely, so I tried to make friends with him. I said hello when I could sense him around me. He always disappeared at first, but over time, he stayed longer. He only comes out when you're alone. I thought that he was shy. I thought maybe he was hungry. So one night, I had left some food for him under the bed. That night, I was woken by someone breathing and hissing in my bed next to me. I looked over and I saw him. Then I screamed. I remember that night. You woke us all up and you wouldn't stop crying and you wouldn't tell us why. Shut up, the whole group hissed and whacked Kong on the head. Let Sacha finish. I saw him. Father made me try to forget, but I still remember. The boy, he was lying in the bed with me. Except he had no eyes, no tongue. When he opened his mouth, just horrible. A hissing sound. He had no arms or legs, just stumps and blood. He just lay there, looking at me, hissing in agony. Father said it was all a bad dream. He tried to make me forget. But I remember now, Sacha repeated, rocking backwards and forwards. I remember. I remember. I remember. It has been 2 years since that conversation, and Sacha still has no choice but to remember. Starting a few months ago, whenever she lies in bed with her eyes closed, she has heard the hissing beside her, and she has been too afraid to open her eyes. There are very few things more amazing than the human mind. A particular grouping of atoms, forged in starfire, arranged and connected in such a way that it yearns to comprehend the world around it. It's why every culture in history has shared stories by the campfire, in the hope that with each telling, our dark ignorance recedes just a bit further through enlightenment. From rubbing sticks for fire to launching spacecraft in less than 1,000 generations, our capacity for intelligence is overwhelmingly greater than what's needed for mere survival. It's as if we were meant for greater things. We are the very essence of the universe itself, given sentience to understand itself and its mysteries better. It is for this noble purpose that Steve pursued psychology, and I was eager to follow. One hypothesis Steve was researching was that the mind was basically software. Our reality is shaped by our thoughts, and our thoughts are shaped by words. So, the right combination of words could reprogram our minds and unlock our tremendous human potential. Words have much more power than people realize. To underline his point, Steve gave me the following demonstration. If I wanted you to do something, like to scratch yourself, I could ask you to do it, but you would have no reason to want to. I can't command you to scratch. But as you sit there, comprehending those words in your mind, you start to notice how your skin feels. You notice the different temperatures at different parts of your body. You notice how the fabric on your clothes rubs gently against your skin. You become aware of how it tickles the hairs on your arms and legs. The more you try to ignore it, the more you can feel it tingle. You can then sense it spreading to other parts of your body. And the more you try not to think about it, the stronger the sensation. The more you fight it, the stronger your urge to scratch. I couldn't help but to start subconsciously scratching myself all over. I still do, just thinking back to it. Where there was no feeling before, I had a very real physical and mental reaction, all because of some carefully chosen words. Steve explained that this is fundamentally how hypnosis works. Unlike the Hollywood portrayal, though, it's not a sledgehammer to brainwash people against their will, but a feather, one that tips the scales of suggestibility enough to assist in recalling memories and focusing the powers of perception. To have the power of Sherlock Holmes, as Steve puts it. And Sacha was a good subject to test this on. It didn't need Sherlock for the orphans to eventually put two and two together that night of their reunion. A missing orphan, a ghostly apparition with missing limbs, and mysterious meat. They realized Jacquem had come to the horrifying conclusion much earlier and was irrevocably traumatized by this sin that would forever stain him, enough to drink bleach in the misguided hope that it would cleanse his soul. His last words that night were not that they had 8 orphans, but that they had 8 orphans. What Sherlock was needed for was to uncover the mystery of why Father Abraham would commit such an atrocity, and who was the poor victim. Sacha agreed to being hypnotized, with the appropriate safeguards in place, of course, to dig up more about her past. She went under a lot quicker and easier than Steve had expected. It seemed this wasn't the first time she had undergone the process. Once she was relaxed and compliant, we started asking her about her earliest memories at the orphanage. Thinking back to the first day, Sacha recalled how excited she was to finally belong somewhere. She was happy to have new brothers and sisters to play with, and a father to teach her, to look after her. Abraham had spoken to each of the children separately before their afternoon nap. Sacha was very nervous when it came to her turn. She couldn't stop fidgeting. Abraham was very gentle though, and his soothing voice calmed her down tremendously. He asked her about her trip to the orphanage, what she thought of the others, what she liked to eat. He said many things, and talked so much in that hypnotic voice of his that she had fallen asleep during her interview. She also recalled how the orphanage always suffered from these power outages. Every few days, the lights would flicker and dim. They wouldn't turn back on for a day or two. It was such a common occurrence that Father didn't even stop classes when interrupted by a blackout. For this reason, electrical appliances were scarce at the orphanage. They didn't have a television, air conditioning, or even a fridge. They grew vegetables in a large communal garden, and the few animals they had, chickens and a couple of goats, were kept for their eggs and milk rather than their meat. They ate economically during the week, but Father always made sure that there was a bit of extra food for some extravagance on Sundays. Sacha spoke fondly of how Abraham would teach them to cook using the gas stove and how to prepare vinadulos. At this point, she had a sudden realization of why her recipe was never quite the same. It lacked the faint taste of disinfectant. To ensure a supply of fresh meats for their feasts, it became clear that Abraham had to have kept the missing orphan alive for at least 7 months. Each week, Abraham would have sliced off some flesh, gave the meat to the children to cook with, and the bones to the dogs that guarded his quarters. He would have kept the orphan in his own quarters. It was the only place in the entire orphanage that was off limits. The children had never heard so much as a sound coming from his room. So, the tongue would have had to have been one of the first things removed. It allowed Abraham to get away with murder, leaving no evidence of his crime. Though, it was impossible for them to believe that Father could be such a cold, calculating psychopath. Still, that was the picture which was forming as the threads were coming together. A loose end, though, was still the identity of the victim. We asked Sacha to focus on the night she saw the ghostly boy in her bed. That night, after Sacha woke up screaming, Abraham rushed into the children's room some moments later. He held her and comforted her, then asked her what was wrong. His face hardened for an almost imperceptible moment after she described the limbless horror. His face returned to its familiar warmth as he hugged her and said, "No, my child, dear Sacha, just a nightmare it was, a bad dream. Come with me, my child. I'll help you forget." He asked the others to go back to sleep, and he took Sacha to his locked quarters, the only time she was ever allowed in. She observed it was a very sparsely furnished room, an old bed on one end, a weathered writing desk beside it, and rows of books lining the opposite wall. She recalled the faint smell of disinfectant mixed with balms lingering in the room. The far corner of the room was partitioned with a large curtain, opened just enough to reveal a tattered mattress. Abraham made her lie down in his bed, while he sat in the chair right next to it. He told her to close her eyes, and kept repeating in his soothing voice that it was a dream, and nothing more, that the tenseness of her muscles should slowly relax and melt away, that her shallow breathing should slow and deepen, that she should yawn, exhale her fears away, that she was feeling sleepy. Oh, so tired and sleepy, and her eyelids were becoming so heavy that she was too tired to be able to open them until morning, that she should forget about the boy as the sound of his voice became softer, so faint that it merged with her dreams, and she would wake up feeling happy and forget all about the night's troubles. Sacha did fall asleep, but it was far from peaceful. She dreamed of Father having a loud argument. She hated seeing him angry and would do anything to stop him yelling at her. Only, he wasn't shouting at her, but someone else. Something about a deal, of how the others would be spared if he sacrificed the girl as agreed. Father pleading to have the chance to find another. When Such awoke, it was back in her own bed, the last of the children to wake. She felt it was a good day. The memories of the night before had dissipated, like so many dreams had before it. Nothing eventful happened from that night onwards. For the next couple of years, life continued as normal, though Abraham drew noticeably more sickly during that time. The children would hear him screaming in pain or wailing sorrowfully from his room on some nights. But when they asked him about it the next morning, he would just smile and tell them not to worry. Even he had bad dreams every now and then, he said. A day eventually came when Abraham gathered all the children and told them that he had nothing left to teach them, and it was time for them to be a part of society. He would not send them out into the world alone, though. He had arranged foster families for everyone in the city. With a teary eye, he hugged each and every one of his children and gave each an envelope containing the precious few dollars that remained of his savings. He closed down the orphanage and he became a recluse, spending the remainder of his life deep in prayer and solitude. After he died, they found only one item of value in his possession: a girl's locket with the name Vanna engraved on the back. They buried it with him. It was a few weeks after the funeral that Sucha started noticing the boy again. She had welcomed him into her life in the past, and now he would not leave. Father had tried to make her forget, but she still remembers. That boy, lying in the bed with her, with no eyes, no tongue, just his horrible hissing. No arms, no legs, just stumps, just laying there, staring at her, hissing in agony. It won't let her forget. Whenever she lies in bed, she feels it, breathing on her neck, whispering evils into her ear and tormenting her thoughts, telling her that Abraham did not keep his bargain to make another sacrifice, that Abraham had cheated him through death, and that he will claim what was owed, and she will give it to him. She must sacrifice a child and feed its flesh to another, so that his essence can be passed on, as it now does in her. And if she doesn't choose, he will choose for her, one of her own. She has tried everything to make him go away. Pills, drugs, therapy, priests of all denominations, and now us. Though Steve's hypnotherapy initially helped, the effects faded like a thought lost in the recesses of a distracted mind. As much as she tries to forget the boy, he won't let her. Every night, she hears him hissing beside her, and she is too afraid to open her eyes. Of the dozens of interviews that Steve and I conducted, this is the third and final one that I thought would be of interest to NoSleep. It's a very simple story, but for me, also the creepiest. it hits far too close to home. The most remarkable thing about David was just how unremarkable he was. Though a very decent man by any measure, he lacked any distinguishing traits that would have stood him out from a crowd. It was this initial bias that almost made us pass over his story without digging any further. Like many people, David was struggling with the world. His wife Laura had died from cancer 4 years ago, and he was struggling to make ends meet while raising his 2 sons on his own. His eldest, Joel, was 17 and a handful, on the verge of being an adult, and with the typical rebellious streak that made many a father's life a trial. Seesawing between sullen withdrawal or straight-out bursts of teenage angst, he was often as much a hindrance as a help to the household. David often feared that it was just a matter of time before he'd find Joel behind bars, but it was hard to find the time to be the fatherly role model that he wanted and needed to be. David's other son, Adam, was the opposite, but no less in need of attention. 9 years of age, quiet and withdrawn, he was painfully shy and seldom spoke since Laura's death. David always felt guilty that he was not able to be there more for his kids, but he was doing the best he knew how. Parenthood did not come with a manual for him, and he was painfully ill-prepared for it, even after 17 years. Laura had always been the natural parent. In the past year, he had taken out a large mortgage and moved his family to a better neighborhood. Unfortunately, the financial pressure meant that he now had to work 2 jobs to make ends meet. His main role was as a security guard from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., 5 nights a week. It was the only job he'd known, and he was good at it. Burdened with his larger debts, he spent his other nights stacking shelves at a local grocery store. He didn't enjoy it, but it was money, and there aren't many choices of jobs for when he was awake. In the mornings, when he came home from work and could beat the morning rush hour, he would occasionally see his kids briefly at the breakfast table. Otherwise, he would catch them in the evenings when they came back from school, as he was preparing for his next shift. He was stuck in a vicious cycle of financial slavery that brought him guilt, stress, and anxiety. But we soon discovered that money was not the source of his problem. It had all started a year ago when David came home from a shift, only to find Adam holding back tears at the breakfast table. Joel was in his own world, head banging with his headphones plugged in, obliviously munching down his cereal. Concerned, David sat down next to Adam, hugged him, and asked what was wrong. That only made Adam burst into sobs. Hey, listen, champ. Chin up. It's okay. I'm here now. Tell me what's wrong. Adam opened his mouth, but after several moments, failed to say a word. Hey, buddy. If you don't want to talk about it now, let's chat about it when you come home from school today, okay? Whatever's wrong, we'll fix it. David comforted Adam tenderly. He gave Adam his lunch money, walked both his sons to the door, and watched them as they set off for school. Exhausted, he took off his shoes and went straight to bed. That evening, when his sons returned, David wanted to continue his chat with Adam. Please stay home tonight, Dad. don't go to work. Please. Why, champ? Is something wrong? Is Joel hurting you? Adam nervously shook his head. No, it's just, please stay home, Dad. Don't go to work. David chuckled softly. I wish I didn't have to, son. I wish I could spend more time with you boys. But there are bills piling up, and someone needs to put food on the table for growing boys. I can't trust your brother to do that just yet. I can't even trust him to know what a can opener looks like. He ruffled up Adam's hair and kissed him lightly on the forehead. Do your homework, then get to bed, son. I'll see you in the morning, okay? A few weeks later, as David was preparing dinner, Adam returned home from school with a bruise on his face. David glanced at Joel, who only rolled his eyes and gave an I had nothing to do with it shrug before slouching off to his room. Hey, buddy, what happened? Are you being bullied at school? Your teacher called today. She said she was worried because you haven't been having any lunch for the past couple of weeks. Is someone taking your lunch money? Adam simply shook his head and pleaded again for his dad to stay at home. The following week, David was woken from his sleep by loud poundings at the front door. Groggily, he opened it to be confronted with inspectors from Child Protective Services. Adam's teachers had noticed more and more bruises on his body. Coupled with his lack of lunch, they were deeply concerned that David was abusing him and keeping him malnourished. David was shocked and outraged with indignation. He responded that they should be investigating the school for allowing his son to be bullied, assaulted, and robbed while the teachers did nothing. After several hours of intense questioning and searching every corner of the house, the agents found nothing conclusive. They left with a warning that they would return if there was any indication that Adam continued to be abused. It was with weariness and concern when David was again interrupted in his sleep by the phone. It was from the principal's office, and they wanted to see him immediately. Rushing to the school, he found Adam with his head bowed, sitting next to a fuming family. Adam had been caught stealing $10 from another student. When confronted, he had lashed out and hit the other child. David apologized profusely and made Adam do the same. David wondered where he had gone wrong as a parent. When they got home, David sat Adam down and simply said, Adam, I'm very disappointed in you. I know I haven't been a good father. I know I haven't been around for you as much as I'd like, but I try. God knows, I try to do right by you. I would have expected this kind of behavior from Joel, but not from you. What's he asking you to do while I'm not around? Did he make you do this? Adam again shook his head, choking back tears. Dad, please stay home with me. Please don't go to work tonight, he pleaded. Why did you do it then? Why did you steal that boy's money? Because I didn't want you to have to go to work tonight. I want you to stay with me. Son, look, you know I have to work. Before David could finish his sentence, Adam jumped up and ran to his room, with tears streaming down his face. He returned a few moments later, cradling a tattered shoebox in his hands. Removing the lid, he gave the box to David. Inside were a collection of coins and notes, several $100s in loose change. Every single dollar that David had given Adam to buy his lunch. "See, Dad? You don't have to work tonight. I've been saving your money. Is this enough so you can stay home tonight?" David was speechless. It was his turn to burst into tears as he pulled Adam in close for a tight hug. "Of course, son. You're my boy. Of course I'll stay home tonight with you. I've been a bad father. I haven't been here enough for you. Tonight, we'll do whatever you want. Anything." Adam looked his father in the eyes for several moments, as if trying to find the right words to say. Finally, he stuttered out, "Dad, I just want you to watch over me while I sleep." David was a bit surprised by this request. Sure, buddy. Are you sure? Why?" Adam stared down at his feet for a few more moments, almost too embarrassed by the reason. Almost imperceptibly, he whispered, "So the skeleton man in the ceiling won't get me." David called in sick that evening and watched as his son slept. It was an exceedingly odd request and completely frightening. But then again, what 9-year-olds don't have overactive imaginations about the dark? David didn't find it an unpleasant task, though. He had not watched Adam asleep since he was a few months old. He had forgotten how much he missed it. It brought back a whirlwind of memories. The first night Laura and Adam came back from the hospital. The lullabies David would sing to make Adam sleep. How he watched Laura tuck the boys in every night. Adam and Joel had both grown up so quickly, and he spent so much of his life away from them that it seemed he woke up one morning only to find strangers at the breakfast table. He missed Laura terribly and wished that she was here to watch their boys grow. He missed the way she made smiley faces with the eggs and bacon in the morning for the kids. He missed coming home to her warmth that made it feel like home. He definitely missed how her lips tasted of coffee when he kissed them when he returned from his night shift. But more than anything, he missed talking to her. He needed her to tell him that he was doing a fine job, that she would be proud of what their sons would grow up to be, that she would be proud of the sacrifices he was making so his kids could have a better life. He knew that he needed to be there more for his sons. The night soon faded as the first glimmers of sunlight streamed through the window. Adam slowly woke to see David still watching over him, smiling, eyes still moist with tears. "Morning, champ," David beamed. "Good morning, Dad." Adam rubbed his eyes. "Is everything okay?" "Everything's great, son. Did you sleep well?" "Yeah," Adam yawned. "Did anything happen last night?" "No. I watched you all night. You slept like a baby." David smiled again. "You're a good night watchman, Dad," Adam joked. "Huh, yeah, I'm the best, buddy. But it's also because there's no such thing as monsters under your bed or skeletons in your ceiling." "Yes, you're right," a voice hissed. David's heart skipped a beat as he watched Adam gasp, staring at something behind his head. David could hear a scraping sound above him, like bones scuttling rapidly against the wood. He quickly turned around, just in time to see the remains of a dark figure darting from the ceiling, out the door, and a fading voice whispering, "See you again soon." David still chooses to work the night shift. It's the only way he can be sure he's awake for it. If and when it returns. My great-grandmother, Cassandra, recently passed away. She was an ordinary person, but also extraordinary in many ways. She had a story to tell, and I felt like this audience would appreciate it. Cassandra lived to the remarkable age of 106 years old. She had witnessed the greatest period of change in human history. Even for her, going from horse and buggies to landing robots on Mars seemed like the blink of an eye. 2 world wars, several global pandemics, and countless stock market crashes had not killed her. It's as if, in defiance, she smoked like a chimney, drank like a sailor, ate like a glutton, and did all those things that were supposed to be bad and send you to an early grave. Even at her age, she was very spry and independent. She did not suffer fools gladly. She had lived too long to care what others thought of her, and was antisocial at the best of times, and mostly just liked to keep to herself. But when she loved you with all her heart. I was one of those fortunate few. She had lived in the same small, cozy home for all of her life. A home that she had shared with great-grandpa Peter, who had passed away 30 years ago. The house was adorned with all manner of religious artifacts, which she had collected across the span of several continents and several decades. Those who knew her called her Cassie the Blessed, or Cassie the Cursed, behind her back, depending on their perspective. For in her life, luck and fate seemed to be constantly at battle around her. A large part of her longevity was her uncanny ability to avoid being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Perhaps the most memorable example was the holiday she had about 45 years ago. For years they had saved every penny and worked tirelessly to travel all around the UK. Grandpa Peter had spent months managing every meticulous detail, a lifetime habit shaped from being an accountant. Halfway through their trip, they were scheduled to fly to London via Dublin. Arriving at the airport in good spirits, Cassie stopped short of the airline counter and suggested to Peter that they should stay another day. Grandpa was not all that happy about it. It would screw up all the plans he had made, and the penalties would blow their budget. He only relented when Grandma burst into tears, pleading with him, making a public scene. She really did not want to fly that day. He was angry with her for the rest of the day. His attitude did indeed change, though, the following morning. All the papers reported that Flight 712 had crashed that day, with 61 people on board. There were no survivors. To this day, the cause of the crash remains a mystery. Another incident was her first visit to New York in 1945. She and Grandpa were very much looking forward to seeing the view from the top of the Empire State Building. They were in the magnificent Art Deco foyer, waiting for the elevator to the observation deck. When it arrived and was opened by the attendant, Grandma gasped. She turned to Grandpa and said that she needed some air and that they should head out. Outside, discussing how the foggy weather made it a bad day for view anyway, they suddenly heard a loud explosion from above. A plane had crashed into the Empire State Building, sending the elevator crashing down 75 floors. 14 people died in the upper levels from the accident. Throughout her life, there were many more such incidents. A building fire in France in 1953, a fatal bus accident in Kentucky in 1958, a mass shooting in California in 1984, a shipping cruise in Malaysia in 1992. Each and every time, she would narrowly avoid stepping into tragedy, only for death and destruction to follow for others in her wake. People believed that she had a guardian angel looking out for her. She was Cassie the Blessed, and she was Cassie the Cursed. My friend Steve jokingly calls her Schrodinger's grandma. He has a semi-serious theory that Cassie was a localized quantum probability wave function singularity, someone that sucked up all the good luck around her. Nature would then have to compensate by pushing bad luck to everyone else, filling in the void and restoring equilibrium. The last time I saw Grandma Cassie was just a few weeks ago. Our birthdays were just a few days apart, so to save her from traveling across town, we opted for a joint party at her house. Grandma never did like birthday parties, but she baked with me a chocolate cake with chantilly cream and cherries. As I blew out the candles and made my birthday wish, I joked that all I wanted was her secret to long life. She looked at me with sad, serious eyes, while everyone else laughed. Later, she took me aside and said that if that was truly my wish, then she would tell me. But only after the party was finished and we were alone. The remnants of the party cleared up and the last guests had finally left. I helped Grandma up to her room. Her two Rottweilers, Roger and Hammerstein, followed and took their usual sleeping spots by the foot of the bed. Once she was tucked in and comfortable, I sat by the bedside as she told me a story. It was long ago, one summer's night, when she was asleep in that very bed. She was awoken by the sounds of heavy footsteps on the pavement outside, followed by the steady thunks of a shovel constantly hitting dirt. Curious, she gathered her nightgown and stepped towards the window. She peeked out through her curtains. In the yard was a tall man wearing tattered clothes, digging up her lawn. He was methodical, precise in his movements. Each stroke of the shovel, strong, confident, purposeful. She watched each stroke hypnotically, too afraid to even breathe. After what seemed like a lifetime, he stopped digging and he walked out of view. Grandma craned her neck to try and find him. As she drew the curtains back to change her view, he suddenly appeared just 2 feet from outside the window, facing her and carrying a coffin on his back. Grandma screamed loudly. The stranger barely reacted, except to look up and lock eyes with her and smile. She saw an impossibly wide grin, razor-sharp teeth glinting in the moonlight. Long, black hair framed his long and thin face. Deep yellow eyes, like they were rotting, leered at her. Hearing the scream, her father rushed into the room. He found her on the floor by the window, where she had fainted. In the morning, she investigated the lawn and found it intact. She had her father dig a hole where she had seen the stranger digging, but they uncovered nothing but more dirt, stone, and earthworms. It was just a bad dream, and nothing more. She never spoke of it again to anyone, and she had Rottweilers sleeping with her ever since. In time, she had forgotten all about the stranger. She got married. She had children. She became a loving housewife. Until one day in New Mexico, April 1930. She was traveling across America. She was waiting for the Greyhound at a bus stop. He was there, standing at the back, watching her, grinning, licking his sharp teeth, motioning with his thin fingers for her to come closer. She froze and looked around. No one else seemed to notice this man or even react. Feeling quite vulnerable and unsure if she was going crazy, she stood as far away as possible, desperately counting down the hours for the bus to arrive. When it finally got there, she never did get on. That stranger had gotten on first. He sat down by the window, watching her, never letting her out of his sight, always grinning with those menacing teeth. She watched as the doors closed and the bus pulled away, and she saw the stranger laugh, then sink those teeth into the passenger beside him. That bus was later found stopped at a rail crossing 12 miles south of Albuquerque. It was hit by the westbound Santa Fe mail train number 7, killing 21 people. Most of the victims were burned up beyond recognition from the explosion. Throughout the years, she found that the stranger was always around, always waiting for her. In the elevator at the Empire State Building, at the airport in Dublin, in a taxi, a restaurant in California, boarding a cruise boat in Asia. Each and every time, he would be beckoning, and she would run away. She was Cassie the Blessed, people would think. She must have a guardian angel. She was Cassie the Cursed, she knew, because that stranger was always waiting for her. And until she relented, he kept extracting payment from those around her. Grandma was sobbing at this point. I kissed her forehead and squeezed her hand gently. She looked up, blinked, and smiled. "You're a good boy." She closed her eyes. "I think it's time for you to go home. Please drive safely." She reopened her eyes, her gaze fixed into the distance, along with her receding memories. I'm so tired, so very tired, she sighed. It's time now. Time for my rest. Time to go. I tucked her in, turned off the lights, and I told her that I'd see her again soon. Barring a near miss by a drunk driver running a red light, I did manage to get home safely that night. I never did get to see Grandma Cassie again. When I dropped by the following week, she was dead. She was found with a crucifix clutched in her hands, her neck snapped, her torso and flesh from her thighs ripped open from large bite wounds. The police report concluded that she had slipped and died when her neck broke. Her dogs, starved from not being fed, began consuming the soft parts of her body. As for myself, I'm not so sure. It has been a few weeks. The shock is fading, but some details still haunt me. Writing this story down helps clear my mind. It helps to think that it is my duty to tell her story, as I was the only person to hear the last words she ever spoke. And to stop thinking that maybe that fateful night in her room, we were not alone, and that those last words she uttered were not meant for me. Most of us will one day face a moment when we realize our best days are far behind us. That moment may stalk up gradually, when one day we'll blink and our hands have become old, our bodies pained and feeble, our souls weary, and our minds forgetful. One day, a stranger will be reflected back in the mirror. The beautiful, healthy, brilliant person we once were will have faded, never to be found again. Gone too will be people loved and cherished over a lifetime, until we sit in our prison built of failing flesh and mind, filled with a lifetime worth of regrets of things left undone. Growing old was a natural topic of discussion after great-grandma Cassandra's funeral. Many of us will become a burden for our families and find ourselves in a nursing home to wither away our remaining days. At the wake, my uncle shared some stories from another relative who worked in a nursing home for many years. It had undergone many name changes over the years, but started reputably enough as the Sunset Eden, with a caring and dedicated nursing staff. An orderly is often an underappreciated job, being neither pleasant nor easy. Not because of having to clean up after elderly bodies. No, that's the easy part. It's more the psychological toll. The elderly residents are there because, well, they have problems their families can no longer deal with, nor want to. Their medical complications, their fractured minds with unpredictable personalities and moods, their constant demands. They are now all your responsibility. Multiplied several times over with multiple patients, and even the most caring nursing staff would be tempted to keep their patients sedated just to get through the day. Over time, as the Sunset Eden grew larger and the management changed, so too did its priorities. Profit became the focus over the residents. Overworked nursing staff found themselves stretched thinner, looking after more residents in the name of efficiency. All this, combined with budget cuts, the quality of the people hired deteriorated with the wages offered. The worst of these new staff would use their positions of power to abuse, mistreat, and steal from the vulnerable residents, not all that dissimilar to the guards from the infamous Stanford prison experiment. Patience and sympathy were replaced with punishment and fear as the main tools for compliance. And no tool was more effective at the Sunset Eden than an infamous room with a sinister reputation. Officially, it was called Ward 306, but it was known as the Suicide Room by staff and residents due to its unusual history. A small ward with space enough for 2 beds and its own ensuite. It was part of a hospital building, converted in 1932. For the first few years, nothing distinguished it from any of the other rooms. That changed in 1936. The elderly Mr. Finlay, the room's only resident at the time, was found hanging from the ceiling one morning. A crude, makeshift rope made from an assortment of ties had snapped and broken his neck. After a thorough police investigation, no motive nor suspicious activity was ever found, so the case officially closed off as a suicide. Death is not an unusual occurrence in a nursing home, but over a quick span of the next 8 years, 5 more deaths would occur in that room. All of them ruled as suicides. One resident had drowned in the bathtub. Another had consumed a box of rat poison. The third and fourth had simultaneously placed pistols in their mouths, splattering the walls with their brains. The fifth was the most unusual, and the only one to leave a note. He had stabbed deeply into his own eye with a kitchen knife after mutilating his body with a straight razor. Above his body, on the wall, was a message written with his own blood. In jaggedly scrawled capital letters within a gruesome 3x3 grid were the words: Tempus, Idax, Vetum, Edum, Quod, Es, Edus, Quod, Sum. From there, the legend of Ward 306 grew. The management would make numerous attempts to repaint the walls or cover them with paper, but stains would always gradually seep back through, marking them with splashes of blood or ghostly faces. The faint stench of something foul and putrid began to linger, cutting through even perfumes used to mask it. The air in the room took on a constant chill dampness, no matter the weather outside. Occupants would complain of strange sounds heard at night. Mournful, wailing, soft sobs that echoed around the walls, particularly from the bathroom, and they refused to stay in it. Over the years, the room would be inspected many times by different engineers to explain the causes. They concluded the wall stains were most likely the accumulated leaks from rusted pipes running through the inner walls, the putrid smell from broken sewage drains under the bathroom. The room's acoustic signature, amplifying vibrations from an outside air conditioner unit to create the strange noises, and its condenser increased the humidity in the room. Combined with the room's aspect that kept it away from direct sunlight, the temperature would be constantly cooler than outside. Despite these reassurances, residents and staff still avoided the suicide room. Even a luxurious renovation could not convince any residents to move in. For a profit-minded administration, it was too valuable a space to be left unused. In 1971, they had what seemed to them a clever idea. Ward 306 would be used as an unofficial punishment room. When the elderly residents were not being cooperative enough, they were threatened with being placed in the suicide room, euphemistically called spending the night with Sue. Knowing the history, the longer-term residents immediately, if reluctantly, became more compliant. Newer residents would be more defiant, however, until they had their first night with Sue. The stories of their experiences later would only further fuel the room's reputation, such as that of a certain Mr. Fisher. It had become standard procedure for a night watchman to patrol the wards throughout the night. To check on residents, they would shine their flashlight through square windows cut into each door. Mr. Fisher had dared to accuse an orderly of stealing his watch, and he was locked in 306 as punishment. During one round, as he watched the bright flashlight beam light up through the window, then move on, he was startled to find a figure standing quietly in the room by the door. It was a young girl, thin, deathly pale, and unmoving. She stood facing the bed and staring at him through her empty eye sockets. Frozen in fear and unable to scream, he cowered under his sheets like a frightened child, staring back at the girl, waiting for her to move. It was not until the footsteps of the guard returning could be heard that the girl shifted. She turned towards the bathroom and silently glided towards it, eventually disappearing from view. Mr. Fisher stayed awake, staring at the ensuite, but the girl did not return. He eventually tired and succumbed to sleep. Waking in the morning, he saw a trail of water in the shape of footprints coming from that bathroom, leading all the way up, right next to his bed. And his bed sheets were soaked. Other residents told of tapping noises, like hard claws against the tiles, from under the bed. They would feel their blankets slowly being dragged from them below. It would start as a gentle pull, like a heavy blanket slowly falling from its own weight. If they attempted to pull it back up, the tugging would suddenly become stronger, more violent. The staff would open the doors in the morning to find these residents cowering, huddled in the bed, with their blankets cocooned and shredded underneath them on the floor. But of all these stories, the most chilling was that of Mrs. Wainwright. She was strong-willed and had lived in the Sunset Eden for many years. She had grown concerned over the treatment many of the residents were suffering and was accused of inciting disorder when she started to strongly voice her opinions. to serve as a warning to others, she was confined to 306 for 2 whole days. She was dragged, kicking and screaming and shouting to the room by 2 orderlies. At the door, she pushed with her arms and feet against the frames, spitting at the orderlies in her desperate struggles. It was a futile effort, and the moment they pried her arms away and carried her through, it was as if all the fight had drained from her body. She was suddenly quiet, cooperative, just smirking and nodding while they tucked her into the bed. As they locked the door, Mrs. Wainwright was still smirking and nodding her head at them through the glass. That night, the guard doing the rounds would find her in the beam of his flashlight, still laying in that bed, smirking and just nodding towards the door. On his next round, she would be sitting perfectly still by the side of the bed, facing the door with the same expression. When told to go to sleep, she simply nodded, but otherwise stayed as she was. The following day, she didn't touch any of the food that was brought to her. She just followed the orderlies around with her eyes as they went about their duties in the room. However, if they got too close to her, she would hiss and scream and even bite them. Mrs. Wainwright was beginning to creep all the staff out, especially on the second night when the patrolman reported shining his flashlight through the door, only to see her face right up against the glass, smirking and nodding. When it was time for her to be released the next day, the orderlies found her sitting on the bed with her back to the door. Cockroaches were crawling out from her open mouth. She was dead. Rigor mortis had already set in and started to fade. An autopsy revealed that she had died 2 days earlier from a cardiogenic shock. That's a heart attack, likely brought on from the stress and exertions in her struggles being brought into the room. The family of Mrs. Wainwright were appalled and livid by the news of her death. They sued the Sunset Eden, but eventually settled out of court for an undisclosed amount, along with an agreement to never speak about the incident. No resident was ever placed again in Ward 306 after Mrs. Wainwright. The Sunset Eden would go bankrupt a few years later and would be demolished to make way for new office blocks. Even buildings will one day face their end. Any former resident of the Sunset Eden can tell you that it is a torment to grow old, to lose all that you value, your health, your memories, your independence, your freedom, your dignity, your friends, your family. But they would also tell you that's not the worst thing about growing old. It is knowing that there exists forces dark and sinister, lurking beyond, waiting patiently, and that death may not mark the end of your torment, but merely the beginning. Tempus, edax, edam, good, es, edus, good, sum. Time devours all. I was what you are. You'll be what I am. a recent Halloween party, we had a contest to see who had the best new horror story. Surprisingly, I didn't win, but Steve did, with another story from his interviews. He's kindly allowed me to share the transcript in full. I decided I'd only edit it down slightly, so it's a long one. But trust me, it's well worth it. Thank you for agreeing to this, Sarah. Are you comfortable? Yeah, I am. Good. Do you need anything before we start, like some water or anything like that? No, I'm okay. Just maybe... Do you have any more tissues? Sure, just let me grab them. Here you go. I'll leave the box here with you. Thank you. So, are you ready to begin? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Why don't we start with how you're feeling right now? Well, I'm numb, just like every other day. It never gets any easier. I understand. What you've been through is tough. It is tough. I mean, it's just hard. Why don't you take some deep breaths? And let's start at the beginning, okay? Is that okay with you? Let's start with Tom. Alright then. What can I say about Tom? I really miss him, Oh God, I really do. It feels like it's been so long, but I still can't stop thinking about him. It just hurts so much. It really kills me inside. It's the little things, It's like death by 1,000 cuts. Like when I'd pull some clothes from the wardrobe and his cologne would still linger there. I'd find myself curled on the floor, sobbing for the next 10 minutes. Or when I would watch TV on the couch, and that actor we'd both make fun of would be on. I'd turn around to make a joke, then I would remember, Tom's not really there. Throughout the day, I just can't stop thinking about him. Something would happen. I'll make this mental note to tell Tom later, as he'd love it. Before remembering, he won't be at home waiting. I still lie in bed at night having conversations with him about my day, even though it's just me doing all the talking. I hate myself for doing all this to myself. All this torture. Why can't I just let it go, On my good nights, I might be able to cry myself to sleep. On bad nights, I just lay awake, wishing I was asleep, hoping I would never wake up again. Luke was the only thing that kept me going. Luke is your son, right? Yeah, that's right. Luke's the only thing that helped me keep sane and focused. It's like, do you know how they say amputees can still feel an itch after their arm or leg is gone? Like phantom limbs? It's like that. Your senses and logic may tell you that there's nothing there, but you can still feel the itching. You just can't scratch it. Except it's not a limb that's been torn away, but half of you. The part that used to make you feel whole. Where once you felt this completeness, then you're just left with this overwhelming, aching emptiness, nothingness instead. There's nothing there, but you can still sense something, and it frustrates the hell out of you that you can't just ignore it, or reach out and grab it either. Do you know what I'm trying to say? I still feel Tom around, even though I know he's not there. Yeah, I hear you. How long were you married to Tom? We were married for 11 years, though we knew each other for much longer. Almost 19 years. But we didn't start dating until maybe 3 years after that. We found out he had cancer about 6 years after getting married. That was about a year after we had Luke. He hadn't been feeling well, but he had been putting off seeing a doctor. There was just so much to do in those early years, starting a new life together, and we were trying so hard to have a child. When I was finally pregnant with Luke, it got worse. Tom had even less time, busy making sure our bills got paid. Besides, he said, the last thing he wanted was for me to be a worrywart. It wouldn't be good for the baby. But do you know what? What really kills me, thinking back over it, it's the one thing I feel so angry at Tom for. But I feel so guilty for being angry, because it's so unfair. The doctors said, if only he saw them sooner, they may have detected the cancer. Then, it may not have spread. Then it may have been operable. Then, he might still be alive. I'm sorry. We can pause and take a break if you'd like. No, I'm okay. Well, not really. But you get used to it, I guess. Are you sure? Okay then. So, you were telling me about Tom. Yeah. It was hard seeing him waste away like that. He was not one to shy away from a fight, but halfway through his chemo, you could just see his spirit melting away. You know, I still remember how he looked the first time he held Luke in his arms. I thought it was the most beautiful I'd ever seen him. He had these great big teary eyes and this great big smile. He was so sure that Luke was going to be a sports star like his dad. He couldn't wait for Luke to be old enough for them to throw a ball around together in the yard. By the time Luke was old enough though, Tom was already too weak to even lift a ball, let alone go outside. He would just lie in bed all day, too exhausted and too weak to do anything. Instead of playing sports together, they played pen and paper games instead, like dots and boxes or tic-tac-toe. Luke really loved playing hangman though. That one was his favourite. He loved guessing letters at the words or silly phrases that his father would come up with. And he really, really loved drawing that little hangman figure. He drew that a lot. He was terrible at the game. Or maybe he just lost on purpose to complete the drawing, or to make his dad feel better. But it didn't matter. All that mattered was his dad loved playing with him too. I would sometimes find them both asleep in bed, covered in paper. Tom would get tired easily and had this habit of dozing off. But rather than wake his dad, Luke would decide it was his nap time too. He'd crawl right up next to Tom and fall asleep hugging him. It was a real Kodak moment, you know? I really wish there was a way it could have lasted forever. If not for me, then at least for Luke's sake. But life doesn't work that way, does it? That inevitable day came when Luke woke up, but his father didn't. When I found them both, he was holding on to Tom, hugging him tightly. He was crying, pleading with his dad not to go, that it can't be time yet. I love you, Dad. Please don't go. We haven't finished our game yet," he cried. You know, despite everything, I don't think there ever was a day that Luke felt his dad disappointed him. Except that last day, because Tom left without saying goodbye. It was pretty hard on both of you then, understandably. How did you cope? I don't think we even did. Not really. My therapist suggested that I take up writing, to keep a diary. Every time I thought about Tom and how much I missed him, I should write something down. What I was thinking, how I was feeling, that kind of thing. Get it out of my system and all. You know what's funny? I filled up 3 of those journals in the first few months, just thinking about silly things I remembered. All these things I wanted to say to Tom. You know, we had already known each other for so long. We knew each other so well. We could finish each other's sentences. We were always open with each other. But you'd be surprised just how much there was still left to say. There's still so much more I wanted to say. So much I wish I had the chance to tell him before he died. And the really funny thing is, I would have given anything to talk to him again. Sometimes, you have to be careful of what you wish for though, right? And what about Luke? Oh, he became very quiet, very sullen. He kept holding onto that paper pad and he wouldn't let it go. He would spend hours looking through all those old pages of doodles and games. I once asked him if he would feel better if we played them, like he used to do with Tom. He just shook his head. For him, that pad contained all the happy memories, all the times he had with his dad, all the doodles they drew together, all the games of tic-tac-toe, and of course, that one never completed game of hangman on the last page. It wasn't the photos of what Tom looked like before Luke was born, or that gaunt, tired figure lying in the bed that Luke remembered his dad by. It was those games. To him, it didn't feel right for anyone else to finish it. It would be like desecrating the memory of his dad, I guess. And I could respect that. But that changed, right? Your report said. Yes, it changed. About 4 months after Tom's death. Luke bounced back to normal. I just thought it was because children are more resilient, you know? Sometimes they recover a lot quicker than we adults do. He stuck to his room most of the time, but at least he was smiling and cheerful again. I was cleaning his room one day, and I found his notepad. He had flipped through each page with me dozens of times before, retelling his memories of Tom for each one. It was more real to him than even the photo albums we had. I sat down on the bed and I flipped through them again. I got to the last page with that one unfinished hangman game. Except he had completed it in now. And it wasn't the last game anymore. There were dozens of pages filled with new games of hangman. I really wasn't sure what to make of it. When Luke got home from school, I asked him about it. He was a bit defensive, a bit scared, and a whole lot of evasive about it. But he eventually said that he would tell me if I promised not to get mad or punish him. So, what was going on? His best friend at school had seen how sad Luke was about the death of his father. He had given Luke a present one day to cheer him up. Oh God, it was this Ouija board. He'd stolen it from his sister. He told Luke it was for speaking with the dead, so now he could talk with his dad again. He was told not to tell anyone, so they wouldn't get in trouble. Luke told me that he'd been using it to talk with his dad, and they've been playing hangman ever since. How did you react to that? I didn't know what to think at first. I was, of course, skeptical, shocked, horrified, all at once. Part of my mind was flashing warning lights, saying it's dangerous to be playing with spiritual forces we don't understand. Another part was saying it's complete horseshit. But all that noise was drowned out by the only question I really cared about. Did it really work? I was desperate. I wanted to talk to Tom again so badly. I would have given anything for that chance, even if I did end up looking a bit foolish. It was a price I'd gladly pay 1,000 times over, if it worked. So, after Luke had gone to sleep, I took out that Ouija board and I set it on the dining table. It seemed like such an innocent thing, you know, just this faded white board with a fold right down the middle. It had 2 rows of letters from A to Z at the top, and then a row of numbers from 0 to 9 at the bottom. The top corners had the words yes and no. The bottom corners said hello and goodbye. You've seen one before and know how it works, right? It also came with that glass ring thing. It was just slightly larger than the letters on the board. So I placed my finger on it and I waited. Nothing happened. I pushed the ring around a bit with my finger. It glided smoothly on the board in whichever direction I pushed it. I sat there staring at the board for several minutes, feeling very stupid. Why would I even think this would work? What was I thinking? Eventually, I decided to try again, just in case. You never know, right? So I touched the ring again, very gently this time, with as little pressure as possible. I whispered, "Are you there, Tom? Please, let me know if you're there." But nothing. Then, out of nowhere, the ring started to move. Slowly at first, then faster. It moved to the hello in the bottom corner. I gasped and I let go of the ring. I must have just sat there and stared at that thing for what seemed like an hour, as if it was possessed. Well, I guess it was. Kind of. I placed my finger on it again, and I asked, "Is that you, Tom?" The ring edged up to the yes in the far corner. "Okay, then tell me, what's my favorite color?" Without hesitating, the ring went to T, then slid to the next letter, U, then doubled back to R, stopping briefly, before continuing to Q. I remember my heart was beating so quickly at that moment. I could feel my finger pulsing with the blood pumping hard through my veins as it kept a hold on that ring. It was making such small movements. Was it really moving? Guiding my finger to each letter? Or was it my subconscious moving the ring? Either way, it didn't need to finish spelling turquoise for me to know it had the right answer. So I asked another question, a harder one that only Tom and I would know. Where did I get the scar at the back of my head? The scar was hidden under my hair. No one except Tom even knew about the accident that created it. V-E-N-I-C-E. By the time the ring was over the letter C, I could barely see the letters anymore. My eyes were so wet with tears. The impossible was happening. It was Tom. It was painfully slow, but we were talking. I told him I loved him and missed him so much that not a moment went by that I was not thinking of him. My finger was still on the ring as it started moving again. N-O-T-A-L-O-N-E. Not alone. Tom was telling me he was always with me, watching over me. No, I don't feel so alone now that you're here. Before I could finish my sentence, the ring was moving again. N-O-T-M-U-C-H-T-I-M-E. Not much time. I blinked. What did he mean? Was he trying to say that we didn't have enough time together before he died, or that he doesn't have much time now before he needs to go again? No, you left us too soon. Luke misses you too, I said. L-O-O-K-A-F-T-E-R L-U-K-E. Look after Luke. I am, and I will. It's been so hard without you here, you know. Or are you saying you've been looking after him? Because he says you've been playing hangman with him. I waited for a response, but the ring didn't move. I waited, and I waited, and I called out to Tom. But the ring didn't move. It wouldn't respond to any more questions that night. Eventually I went to bed, reluctantly. But do you know what? For the first time, for as long as I could remember, I was actually smiling. It may have only been a few words, but to me, it was everything. So what happened next? Well, at first, I forbade Luke from using the board again, out of fear. I've never seen him so angry with me, bawling, refusing to leave his room. Nothing worked on him. Threats, punishments, promises, treats, they all fell on deaf ears. He became sullen and withdrawn again, even worse than before. My greatest fear was that I would lose him too, and I could feel I was making that happen. And for what purpose? He had played with it for weeks before I even knew about it, and was so much happier chatting with Tom. So I relented, a little. I let him play with the board for a couple of hours after school and before dinner. Besides, it was hypocritical of me not to let him when I was using it too. So did you try to contact Tom again? Of course I did. Every day I could. It was my obsession. Every opportunity I had, I was sitting there with that Ouija board. I would do anything just to hear more from him. And he did get in contact several times over the weeks. I'd be sitting by myself with the board set up and my finger on the ring, like I did every night. I'd keep on whispering, "Are you there?" every few minutes, until the ring finally began to move again. IMALWAYSHERE. I'm always here. It was a very slow way to talk, but I treasured every moment of it. We talked about Luke and how he was doing in school. We talked about our honeymoon. We talked about the dates we used to go on together. I told him 1,000 times how much I loved him still. IYEARNFORYOU. I yearn for you. We talked about anything and everything. It was sometimes surreal. Sometimes it was even passionate. There were some funny ones, you know. It seemed death had not dulled his libido. He once even spelled out IWATCHYOUSHOWER. I watch you shower. Another time, I told him that I didn't want to go to sleep because the bed seemed empty without him. I missed his warmth and waking up next to him. ITOUCHWHENYOUSLEEP. I touch you when you sleep. It was almost enough to make me want to go to bed. Can we talk about what happened that day when you found Luke in his room? Oh, that. Yeah, I guess we can. That's what this is all really about, isn't it? That's why you're here. I figured we would get to this part eventually. It always does. If it's not too hard to talk about. No, it's fine. I've told it 1,000 times before with counsellors, lawyers, the police. What's one more? Like I said, I'm numb now. It's still a blur, really. It sounds cliche, but it really was like a dream. Like your mind tries to absorb so much of what's going on to try and understand it, that it gets jammed up. Everything just happens in slow motion, and bits and pieces just get dropped and forgotten. You know what I mean? I honestly don't remember much about what I did that day. Just that I'd finished making dinner, and I called for Luke to come down. Usually, he yells back to tell me he's coming, even if I have to yell again every few minutes until he does show up. He didn't respond that day. I got angry. Maybe I snapped at him. Eventually, I got tired of yelling, and I went to his room to get him. He was lying face down on the floor. His neck was twisted at this odd angle, and his eyes were staring at the wall. Near one hand was his pad and pen, and that damned cursed Ouija board near the other. I screamed out his name, and I rushed over to him. I held him in my arms. He wasn't breathing at all. His head rolled on his shoulder. His neck was bruised, purple, and it was snapped. I was holding him tightly, panicking, trying to get him to breathe again. I just kept crying his name over and over, hoping he could hear me. I just held him in my arms. My baby. My poor precious baby. His limp, lifeless body. What had happened to him? I was hugging him tight and kissing him. I refused to let him go. Not after losing Tom. I couldn't lose Luke too. I was rocking back and forth with my boy in my arms. Then, my eyes found the pad that he was scribbling on. He had been playing hangman again. I glanced at the words. "I warned you," said the one at the top. "You were never alone," said another. "I read your diary," further down the page. I had a sickening realization that it may not have just been Tom that I had been speaking to. I am the hangman. At least, not after that first night. A sharp chill began stabbing at my heart. Now, you are too late. The last game at the bottom. A completed drawing of the hangman figure, scrawled beside it. I screamed. I screamed until my chest burst, and there was nothing left inside me. It's the last thing I remember. Inside, I'm still screaming, you know. I don't think it will ever end. Sarah is currently serving a life sentence for the murder of her son, Luke. She did not contest the guilty verdict and has no plans to. I just had a long overdue catch up with Brad. I checked in on how Emily's parents were doing since their tragedy. In some welcome news, they're now expecting a new child to join their family. Brad had another story for me though. This was a very personal one that he had been reluctant to tell, but now feels it needs to be shared. This one has kept me awake the past couple of nights, thinking about how my own life has turned out. So I've captured it below to help get it off my mind and pass along with his blessing. In a universe filled with choices, but with only one life in which to make them, regrets become inevitable. Regrets for things done or left undone, for words said or left unsaid. At that moment when death beckons us and our life flashes before our eyes again, how would we feel about the decisions we've made? Would we be proud of the moments that defined us? The things we've done when we think no one else was watching? How we treated those we loved and those close to us? Brad was not the only child in his family. He also had a younger brother, Paul. They could not have been more opposite to each other. Where Brad was brash and wild in his youth, Paul was introverted, contemplative, and like many siblings, their childhood was one of constant warfare with each other Looking back, Brad freely admits that he was an arrogant, possessive, and obnoxious brat. Any of those traits alone would already have given him an excuse to hate on his little brother. But it was really the fear of the burnt man that started it all. When Brad was the only child, he reveled in the attention and adoration that brought him. That's all changed when his brother Paul was born 3 years later. At first, Brad had loved the idea of a brother to play with. He imagined they would play together, be best friends. That idea disappeared when he discovered Paul was a useless baby that only cried, smelled bad, and demanded constant attention. The second year was not much better, with Paul starting to get a larger share of Brad's toys and presents. It became really bad in the third year, when Brad had to give up half his room and share it with Paul. He found they had nothing in common. Where Brad liked being loud and attention-seeking with others, Paul just babbled, talked with himself. Brad loved being outside and active. Paul preferred to stay indoors, drawing with his crayon set. What really unsettled Brad, though, was what Paul would draw. There would be the typical things every child draws: houses, animals, trees, and family. What was unusual was every drawing of their family always had an extra person. Their parents would be there, and Brad and Paul, all drawn in rainbow hues. Right next to Paul, though, would be a mysterious figure drawn in black and red. The family's faces would all have big smiles, but this stranger was a disfigured mess. 2 big black circles for eyes and a shapeless mass for the mouth. In every drawing of the stranger, he was missing an arm. He had red streaks running through all over. Over time, this stranger began to feature more and more prominently in the drawings. Brad and his parents would no longer appear in them. Just Paul, playing with that stranger inside the house or outside in the yard. At first, their parents were extremely concerned, and they asked Paul, "Who is that man?" He told them quite nonchalantly it was his friend, the burned man. He had always been there, for as long as Paul could remember. He never said anything. He just stood there, watching, listening. His parents took Paul to see a few child counselors, as much for their own peace of mind as Paul's. But they all concluded it was just an imaginary friend. It was a normal phase that every child would go through at that age. Granted, it was a bit more unsettling than having a unicorn or an elf for a friend, but Paul was psychologically well adjusted, and the figure didn't seem related to any real-life predator or trauma. One night, when Brad was 8 and Paul was 5, they stayed awake after their parents had tucked them in. Brad could not sleep, and he wanted to know more about the burned man. Paul explained that he had been in an accident, a fire that had burned his entire body and face. It had melted his eyes away and made his arm go missing. He was very sad. Paul didn't find the burned man scary, though. He had always been around. He just never did anything. Just watched and listened. Brad told him he was stupid for having an imaginary friend. Paul yawned and simply replied that he was not imaginary, that he was in the room with them right now. In fact, he was standing right next to Brad, watching and listening, as he did every night. Brad felt a chill go up his spine. He had always been a brave child, but for this time, he felt fear as he had never felt it in his life. He looked all around in the darkness, not sure if the shadows were his imagination or the burned man waiting for him to go to sleep. Brad didn't sleep that night. He lay awake, convinced that he needed a room of his own. He could no longer share a room with his annoying brother and his creepy friend. But he couldn't admit that he was afraid either. So his 8-year-old mind came up with an idea. His plan was simple. He would make it so painful for their parents to keep them together that they would be forced to keep them in separate rooms. And so began their adversarial relationship. They fought over everything for many years, and often physically. Brad would go out of his way to antagonize Paul, or to get him into trouble. Each prank they played on each other escalated into new rounds of retaliation, all to the exacerbation of their long-suffering parents. It would take 6 more years until they moved to a bigger house and they were finally able to have separate rooms. And finally, the feuds began to die down. The burned man had been all but forgotten by then, replaced with pure animosity towards each other. Late one night, in their new home, Brad recalled returning to his bed after a bathroom visit, only to find a figure standing next to him, watching him. A charred, bleeding face stared at him through hollow eye sockets, and it moaned silently at him through an open jaw. It reached for him with a horribly burned hand, the other one hanging uselessly by its side with the lower half missing. Brad screamed so loud that it woke the house, and the figure immediately disappeared by the time he blinked. When Paul came into the room to check what all the commotion was about, Brad told him that he saw the burned man. Paul laughed heartily and said that he hadn't seen him in years. In fact, he could barely even remember him. In any case, he couldn't see him in the room now. Paul closed the door as he left, then reopened it quickly, shouting, "Boo," before laughing again and walking back to his room and letting their groggy and sleep-deprived parents standing in the hallway know that Brad was just being a wuss. For Brad, the memory of it seemed very real though. What lingered in the air was not just the terror, but an overwhelming sense of sadness he felt from the encounter. Another incident was when Paul was 17 and the victim of a hit-and-run accident. He was rushed to hospital in a critical condition, and the doctors were not sure if he would survive. Paul was lying in bed in a coma, with his parents crying around him. When Brad arrived, he could see a disfigured Grim Reaper looming over the bed, as if holding vigil, waiting for its prey. It was the burned man, watching Paul intently, all while the family wept, oblivious to its presence. "Just go already. Why are you still here? You're useless. Just leave us," Brad remembered shouting at the figure as it faded away. It only resulted in a sudden and severe reprimanding from his parents, thinking that those words were for his brother. "Paul is dying, Brad. It's time to put your stupid feud behind. We're a family, for God's sake. Act like it." The words stung Brad, especially since he couldn't explain that he wasn't shouting at Paul. He quickly fumed and then stormed out. Paul did recover 2 days later though, and he was out of the hospital a week later. That last incident was 15 years ago. The burned man was never seen again by either of them. Brad had become a serious and buttoned-down computer analyst since then. Paul married, had 2 children of his own, and had saved countless lives through his job as an EMT. They had eventually developed a grudging respect for one another, though their lives had drifted off in different directions over the years. The burned man was just another long-forgotten childhood memory, filed away, never thought of again. Until recently, when a tragedy brought it all back into sharp focus. A few weeks ago, Brad learned that his brother had died while on duty. He was on scene with other emergency services, dealing with a factory fire. A chemical storage tank had abruptly exploded next to his location, dousing him in burning chemicals. The flying shrapnel had sheared off his left arm above the elbow. Paul was 32. In a life filled with many regrets, Brad has added one more to his list. He never did let Paul know that he was proud of him, and that despite their differences, he did always love him as a brother. He regrets that his last words to Paul were not goodbye or sentiments of love or support, but a text message which read, "You suck. I've shat better excuses than that." It was said in jest about why Paul didn't have time to catch up over a weekend. But it was devastating, knowing it would be the last memory both had of each other. So every now and then, Brad has been talking to the silence in the room, hoping that his brother, the burned man, is still around to hear. Now much older and wiser though, his fear is no longer of the burned man, but that there's no one listening, except himself. Another self, one that has been with him since childhood, watching in silence while it reviews his life, powerless to stop whatever fate awaits him, judging him with regret for the decisions he's made and is yet to make. In Greek mythology, Cassandra was given the power to foretell the future, but cursed so that no one would ever believe her. Much like my great-grandmother Cassie the Cursed. When Robert shared the following story with me, I couldn't help but be reminded of how fate often mocks us, as it did Cassandra. Robert was a colleague of my friend Steve, and new to our little circle. When that circle includes a few psychology graduates, deep and meaningful conversations are par for the course. Discussions about whether free will exists, or if every decision we've ever made, and ever will make, was already determined before our birth. Whether a set future already exists, or if it can be predicted or changed. You know, the usual circle jerk philosophy questions that far greater minds have already debated endlessly for millennia. For us, these were mere idle intellectual jousts to pass the time. We never seriously expected to agree on any definitive answer with our varied experiences. Even stories like those of Emily's only seemed to create more questions than they answered. So, one evening, when Rob confidently claimed to know the truth and had a mind-bending story to prove it, he also had our full attention. He would even share in detail the experiments he ran to test his hypothesis, though he also warned us, we may not like the answers. With such an alluring promise, how could we not want to hear more? Within psychology circles, it is somewhat cliché to say that the concept of now is really an illusion. For example, this very instant that you're reading this text, it's taken the light some time to travel to your eyes. For your eyes to convert those photons into much slower chemical and electrical stimuli. Then, for those signals to cascade through the synaptic pathways and neurons in your brain to process. And then, for your body chemistry to react. What we think of as now, in reality, has already passed a few fractions of a second ago. We are, in effect, forever living in the past, with our brains constantly playing catch-up. Our individual reality is an illusion, a mental hologram constructed by the mind to interpret all the data flooding in from our senses. Bob and his research partner Carol were looking to test that idea as far as they could. If time and perceived reality is a purely mental construct, could the mind be trained to respond to it differently? Could your brain, for example, be conditioned to think faster or slower? Could your perception of time be significantly slowed? Could your reaction times correspondingly be increased? It would be like accessing deeper levels of your mind, Inception style, at will. If it were possible, it would have revolutionary implications for fields as diverse as education, health, science, and technology. While Steve believed that the mind was basically software that could be unlocked through the language of thought, Rob and Carol saw the brain as hardware, waiting to be overclocked. They spent months figuring out how best to create practical, easily reproducible experiments which could test their hypothesis. After much debate, tinkering, trial and error, they developed an ingenious device they dubbed the Inceptionator to do just that. It was an elegantly simple system consisting of 3 basic parts. A virtual reality headset, like a more sophisticated version of the Oculus Rift, with brain monitoring sensors. It fully covered a volunteer's eyes. There was an attached camera that projected images to the headset, and an image processor that could modify the footage from the camera. 4 Inceptionators were constructed for their tests, as what the mind experiences is highly personal and subjective. Carol and Rob agreed to use one each to experiment on themselves. 2 volunteers who weren't aware of the real purposes of the tests, Alice and Dave, were given the remaining devices. For the first few days, they all acclimatized to wearing the headsets, getting used to going about their daily routine with the device set to a normal 30 frames per second. After this calibration period, the experiments could properly begin. The first of their experiments involved reducing the frame rate from the camera stream by half, dropping to 15 frames per second, so each frame lasted twice as long. Though time was passing at the same rate, the world through the lens seemed to slow down for all of them. Moving around the real world seemed like walking in molasses. They found that their own thoughts also slowed, feeling more relaxed than normal. After a few days, they switched over to the next set of tests. They doubled the frame rate to 60 per second. Everything seemed like hyper-reality, a lot more fluid than usual, but otherwise really had no appreciable impact on their perceptions or abilities. For the third experiment, they flipped their projected image to be upside down. This would test if a perspective change would also alter their thinking process. At first, it was completely disorienting. They constantly found themselves bumping into things, like drunkards, much to the amusement and laughter of all observers. But after a couple of days, their minds had adjusted, adapted, and they could function perfectly normally. By the end of this experiment, they barely even noticed that the image was upside down. It actually replicated how the eyes really saw the world, and their mind's eye had no problems flipping it around. Once adapted, there seemed to be no difference in perceptions or thinking ability. While these were all fascinating, they were merely covers for the real experiments to come. The ones that changed everything. This time, they introduced a slight delay to the video feed to make it further out of sync with the real world. The delay was initially set to half a second. It was a very small lag, almost imperceptibly so, but enough to make a big impact. Their reactions were just too slow for the most basic of tasks, like catching a ball thrown at them or a game of table tennis. Like the previous test, however, Alice and Dave managed to adjust after a few days and eventually could function as normal again. Most interestingly, these two started reacting to events before the visuals were even displayed on their headsets. For example, they could now catch a ball thrown at them before they could even see it leaving the thrower's hands. Their minds had adapted to perceiving the subtle movement in the thrower's tensing body, the auditory cues, and compensating to anticipate events as they were happening. They were, in effect, experiencing the actual now, and their brains were working fractions of a second ahead of what they were used to. They further doubled the lag time on the Inceptionator, from half to 1 second. Alice and Dave continued to adapt after a couple of days. Carol and Rob, however, reluctantly recognized that they couldn't keep up. Despite being the intended subjects of their own experiments, they were not experiencing what Alice and Dave were, and their results were far more interesting. They dropped themselves out of their own experiments and switched to being full-time observers instead. They doubled the lag time again, from 1 second to 2 seconds. For Dave, this proved too far a leap. The difference of that extra second may as well have been an eternity. Much like Carol and Rob, however, after several days of no progress and failing all his tasks, He too was dropped from the experiment and departed none the wiser about the true nature of the tests. Alice, on the other hand, was a different story. Within 24 hours, she had fully adapted. Her brain had fully compensated for the lag. Somehow, she was now able to anticipate events well before even the subconscious cues could be signaled through the headset. But the most unexpected and incredible result was what happened when she was not wearing the Inceptionator at all. Rather than being in sync with now, her mind appeared to be working ahead of time. Her senses had heightened to super-sensitive levels. She would now know if someone was at the door before the sound of knocking could even be heard. She could tell you that your phone was about to ring. During one particular lunchtime walk through a park, she suddenly ducked, barely dodging a football that otherwise would have hit her head and knocked her over. She was developing what Rob teasingly called spidey senses. Swearing secrecy on the project, they continued with their testing, but now solely focused on the growing abilities of Alice. They increased the lag time again, this time to 3 seconds. It took Alice just 14 hours to adapt. Her skills became astonishing and seemingly impossible. Alice could now call the cards in a randomly shuffled face-down deck, one by one, before they were even flipped over. Or call the outcome of a coin toss with 100% accuracy, but only if the results were revealed within 3 seconds of making them. If the delay was more than 3 seconds, they would invariably be wrong half the time. She began to develop the habit of finishing other people's sentences. Implausible as it sounded, the Inceptionator was somehow training her mind to actually run ahead of reality. Carol and Rob wanted to see how far they could push this ability. They increased the lag time to 4 seconds, then 5 seconds, then 10 seconds, and then a full minute. Each time, after shorter and shorter periods of adjustment, Alice would adapt. Her skills were now beyond freaky. She knew what you were going to say before you said it, as if she was reading your mind. She could predict the entire deck of cards before they were spread open. One weekend, they even had the bright idea of testing her skills at blackjack in a casino. They won over 17 grand before the pit boss eventually accused her of card counting and had them banned from several properties. It was clear that her mind was somehow seeing into the near future, and they had created the tool and methodology to train this ability, at least in Alice. It was unclear why only she was responding to the training, but it was an incredibly exciting time for all of them. They, of course, recognized that this experiment had already breached several ethical lines that they had put in place at the start. But the irresistible lure of this incredible scientific discovery, that was too tempting for them all. They were on the cusp of being able to answer the great philosophical questions about the nature of space-time and causality, to prove if the future was written in stone or if the flow of the great river of time could be rerouted. But they needed more specific experiments, designed to test specific variables. There seemed to be rules, limits to what Alice could predict. Her accuracy was strong only within her lag time limit, or temporal horizon, as coined by Carol. Outside of that, her guesses were no better than random chance. This itself was creating new paradoxes. They needed more time and tests to explore and untangle them. For example, why did this temporal horizon exist? Was it because the future knew what choices she would make, and she was simply able to predict them because she had already made them? Or did she, by making a prediction, lock the future into a certain outcome, up to the temporal horizon, like opening Schrodinger's box to determine his cat's fate? There was also the question of why Alice progressed further and faster than anyone else. Was she special? Did she have latent powers that the experiment simply unlocked? Was it her unique genetics, or something that everyone possessed? It could be specific life events, or diet, or psychological factors, or a list of dozens of other variables that needed to be ruled out. It all needed more testing, more time. They had to, and wanted to, be very thorough and very sure that they had more answers before they made their research public. Another unexpected side effect of the experiments was that after months and months of conditioning and exercises with the Inceptionator, Alice's brain no longer required it to continue honing her abilities. Over time, she naturally pushed her temporal horizon to 5 minutes, then 10 minutes, then 20 minutes, then an hour, then 2 hours. But her newfound powers were also starting to take a physical toll. Her body seemed increasingly out of sync with her mind. She was constantly restless, fidgety, as though her body was unable to keep pace with her thoughts. Alice began subconsciously reacting to events well before they occurred, giving her movements a strong schizophrenic quality. She began suffering from frequent bouts of narcolepsy, suddenly falling asleep mid-conversation, and then jerking awake, screaming with nightmares. She was also becoming increasingly erratic and paranoid. She spoke of seeing phantoms, appearing as future echoes, floating in and out. More disturbingly, she occasionally would shriek vaguely about entities all around that weren't human and shouldn't be here. It was around this time that Carol and Rob decided the experiments had gone far enough, and it was time to publish, to go public with their findings. It was also increasingly clear that Alice needed urgent medical attention, and their increasingly heavy conscience began to outweigh their desire for more data. What they already had would surely secure a Nobel Prize if it could be peer-reviewed and independently replicated in other labs around the world. It would be the next revolution in understanding the fabric of reality, built on Einstein's theory of relativity and Max Planck's quantum theory of subatomic particles. Carol and Rob invited Alice to their office that afternoon and informed her of their decision. To their shocked surprise, Alice reacted vehemently, refusing to cooperate, screaming that the experiments were already too late to stop, and they've been too blind to see it. She refused to see a doctor, screeching that it was the path to her being a medical curiosity, strapped to a chair and medically experimented on for the rest of her life. Alice promised them she would not allow the research to be published either, as it would lead others down the same cursed path she now walked. The argument escalated when Carol bluntly stated that she was going to publish anyway, and it wasn't Alice's decision to block. At stake was fame, fortune, and immortality in the history books. Carol was not letting that opportunity slip away for any reason. The shouting match only ended when Carol stormed out of the room, with Alice screaming, "You will never publish it. Never. You hear me? Never." She slammed Carol's chair violently against the wall with a large cracking sound, as if to punctuate her point, before leaving herself. Later that evening, Carol and Rob met for dinner to discuss their options. By the time they departed, they had both agreed that the best option was to have Alice sedated for medical treatment, put under observation. She was increasingly paranoid and a danger to herself and others. As the instigators of the experiments, they did have a duty of care that they should have exercised long ago. But they were swept up in the excitement of their discoveries. It had been a tense day, and by the time Rob got back to his home, he was exhausted. It didn't take him long to fall asleep. He was awoken, suddenly during the night, to see Alice standing over him in the dark, watching him sleep. Pressing a finger tightly to his lips, she whispered in a raspy voice, "Shh." She pointed all around with her other hand. "We're not alone." Rob tried to yell, but found Alice's hands wrapped tightly around his mouth before he could emit a sound. He looked around in the darkness, but he could see no one else. Alice's head jerked from side to side as she surveyed around the room. Her gaze finally lingered in the right corner, just opposite the bed. "They can hear you. They can see you. They know what you're doing," she softly hissed. They both stayed there in silence for what seemed like half an hour. Alice then finally released her grip and headed out towards the bedroom door. She moved in this jerky, shambled motion with an unevenly slow, then rapid pace as she left the room. Rob took a deep breath and a moment to gather his thoughts before he reacted. It was then that he noticed her shadow was still silhouetted against the wall and only drifted out slowly to follow her long after she had gone. Rob quickly got out of bed, relocking the front door, wondering how she even managed to get in. He was freaked out by the whole incident, and he wasn't sure if maybe he dreamed the whole thing. His heart was pounding, and he was just about to dial the police when he decided it would be better to talk to Carol in the morning first. He double-checked the locks, then went back to his bed and fell into a shallow, fitful sleep. When he awoke the next morning, he felt groggy, terrible. He added panic to that list when he realized that he had missed his morning alarm by a couple of hours. It had somehow been switched off. When he did finally arrive at the office, 3 hours later than usual, it was to a scene of absolute chaos as firefighters were putting out a raging blaze. It had consumed half the building. A forensic investigation would later declare it to be an accident caused by a cracked power socket next to Carol's desk chair, sparking a fire when she had turned on her computer. In her panic, she had accidentally toppled over the piles of books and research papers that had been stacked around her, essentially trapping her as the fire spread rapidly, consuming her, their research, and their equipment. Rob would later find that his personal backup files and the ones at Carol's home were missing, and all their online backups of the research deleted. It was becoming obvious that Alice knew what they had planned for her. How could she not? He realized, with her abilities, she would be 10 steps ahead of their every move. After dealing with authorities, Rob went to Alice's home a couple of days later to confront her. He found her front door was unlocked. He barged in and almost retched at the sight before him. Alice was disheveled, and her previously youthful features seeming to have aged decades overnight. Her hair was a tangled mess, matted, clotted with blood. He was horrified to see that she had deep bloody gouge marks all down her face, neck, and arms. Tiny strips of dried flesh hung from her long, jagged and dirty fingernails, along with the remains of 2 eyeballs still hanging by their optic nerves. She stared at Robert through the gaping holes where her eyes used to be and hissed, "I've been expecting you." She stalked around the room, more gracefully than she had in weeks, like a tiger, sizing up its prey. When she spoke, it was with greater clarity and power than ever before. "Oh, why so shocked? Why the pity, the horror, and revulsion? Why do you feel these things when you gaze upon me? Are you not proud of your work? Does what you've made offend you, disgust you? Did you not want to see what I see with your experiments? You now see what I do when I look at you, at everyone. All your deaths, unwilling, frightened, pitiful, painful. You are all walking corpses. You just don't see it yet. But I do. I see it all. That's all I see." As Alice's maniacal laughter filled the room, Robert ran outside and puked. After wiping his mouth, he pulled out his phone to call for the police and an ambulance. By the time they arrived a few minutes later, Alice had already gone, leaving only a fluttering curtain blowing over an empty window. The police filed her away as a missing person. She still has not been found, nor is it expected that she ever will be. Over the years, Rob has moved around the country and even tried to replicate the experiment once. The siren's call of rebuilding his research was too big a lure to resist. But he never got any further than the first week. All his volunteers got freaked out, claiming to see a mutilated face just outside of their vision and phantom figures brushing against their arms and face when they have the headsets on. At night, a few would see that face staring at them in the mirror or through windows. Rob finished his story by asking if any of us were willing to be his new volunteers, to share in the glory of his discovery. We just looked at each other, not quite knowing what to think. none of us took him up on the offer. He chuckled and said that he wouldn't either. The universe tends towards equilibrium, and what the gods give with one hand, they take away with the other, he mused. There's always a price to pay. It's the second law of thermodynamics. There ain't no such thing as a free lunch. He had resigned himself to knowing that his research would never be completed. After all, how can I possibly outsmart an opponent who already knows how the game will end? Since my last story about Rob's experiments struck a chord, here's another I've heard that keeps me up at night. As always, it's thanks to Steve's circle of contacts that I even know of this story. As noble as science aims to be, the very people driving it are all too human, with all our faults and frailties. In pushing the boundaries of our knowledge, we sometimes open very dark and gruesome doors that are best left closed. We perform the unspeakable on each other, absolving our sins by justifying it for some greater good. It's how Japan's infamous Unit 731 or Joseph Mengele were allowed to commit the atrocities they did during World War II that history has so condemned. In the world of psychology, the work of Harry Harlow would be placed in the same company. Harlow was a pioneering researcher on social deprivation and sought to understand the nature of love and depression. His methods were, however, unethical at best. For example, his experiments from the 70s, like the Pit of Despair, is, to put it mildly, some seriously messed up shit. He had monkeys hung upside down in the dark for months on end, deprived of all social contact or stimulus, just to test how insane they would become. The female monkeys that became too antisocial to mate, he had tied to racks and artificially inseminated them. He would give the resulting young to these unwilling mothers to test their parenting skills. One of them held her baby's face to the floor and chewed off his feet and fingers, while another crushed her baby's head. But as infamous as Harlow's work was, this story is not about him. It's about another researcher, far less known and much more private, who was fascinated by Harlow's experiments and following in his footsteps with his own take. Known only as Harlow's apprentice to those who know of him, he had been pushing all kinds of ethical boundaries in his pursuit and hunger of the unknown. In this world, there exists several places that, for all intents and purposes, seem like ordinary rooms. Known as anechoic chambers, the only strangeness about them are the interiors are completely covered with sound-absorbent material, removing even the loudest echoes or external noises from the room. They're normally used for recording music or testing sensitive equipment. These chambers are so quiet that their negative noise levels are often measured in negative decibels. For comparison, an ordinary quiet room is 30 decibels. Some are also built underground, further reducing any other interference from the outside, such as light, temperature, and climate. That was exactly what Harlow's apprentice wanted and had access to. Funded by a private and wealthy benefactor, his research was to explore the human mind in its purest form, free from all physical stimulation and senses. He reasoned that such a mind, free from all distractions, would give us a greater understanding of ourselves than we ever thought possible. It is the state of nirvana that so many followers of Eastern religions have sought to attain for centuries. He had often joked that his ideal experiment was to find a volunteer, break their spinal cord at the neck, sever their optical and oral nerves, and to cut their tongue until all that was left was a functioning brain. The only problem was his volunteers wouldn't then be able to provide the feedback he needed. So, an underground, soundproofed and climate-controlled room was the next best thing. And of course, much more practical. Ironically, thanks to the backlash from Harlow's experiments in the 70s, testing on animals is strictly regulated. But non-medical experiments on humans are much less so. Especially when there are plenty of homeless, destitute and desperate folks who would welcome some quick cash, a warm meal and a clean-up. The tests were straightforward enough. After being fed, washed and provided with some light clothing, as the experiments require the subjects to be comfortable, the volunteers were briefed on their task. Inside the chamber, a 50 by 50 foot room covered from floor to ceiling with a black foam-like material, would be a single, padded chair. The participant would be strapped in to avoid contaminating the test by volunteers touching or hurting themselves, and fitted with various biosensors. During the experiment, the lights and humidity levels would be lowered, effectively dulling all the senses as they sat there, alone. Attached to their clothing would be a small microphone so that they could speak out about what they were experiencing while their vital signs were monitored. As there were no speakers in the room, to avoid any sounds interfering with the sensory deprivation, there would be absolutely no contact with the test controllers once the experiment started until it ended. At any time during the experiment, they could end it simply by asking for it to stop. But the longer they would last into the experiment, the more they would get paid. However, once stopped by the participants or the researchers, for example, due to signal loss on the biosensors or something like that, the experiment would be considered contaminated. The lights would be immediately restored and the single door open for the researcher to come in. Even so, no one has ever lasted more than 53 minutes. Typically, the first few minutes strapped inside the chamber were always an adaptation phase. The participants would find the room slightly disorienting without really knowing why. It was because there's not even the slightest echo, which we are normally subconsciously tuned into. Even their sense of balance gets slightly thrown off. Giggling and laughing would often follow as they began to test the acoustics of their strange environment. Yelling and shouting, or in one instance, even yodeling, only to find the walls absorbed everything. At the 10-minute mark, what was left of the dim lights would rapidly die away, totally depriving them of sight, After 15 minutes, the already dry humidity levels have fallen significantly further, greatly dulling their senses of smell, taste, and temperature. Many participants would describe this point as feeling like what they imagined floating in space would be like, or being dead. At around 20 minutes, most subjects have started running out of things to say, and the loneliness begins to set in. Most make a comment that they aren't even sure if anyone's listening to them anymore. Their eyes have adapted to the dark, but due to the black interior of the room lining and the complete absence of any light sources, they see shadows in shadows at best. 28% of participants have dropped out by this point, many with panic attacks. Around 11% are going stir crazy, experiencing highly elevated vital signs, madly shouting at nothing. However, the test is not stopped in these instances, unless they specifically ask for it to be. The remainder of them simply absorb the isolation and sit there in silence, trying hopelessly to make sense of the situation. By the 25-minute mark, 81% of participants have been quiet enough to notice that their internal body sounds are now greatly amplified as their minds begin to strain, searching for even the slightest input they can get. Every breath they take sounds like a thundering train passing by. Every swallow of their throat is an explosion going off in their brain. Every heartbeat is the dull thudding of a jackhammer in slow motion. By the time 30 minutes have passed, most have experienced some sort of sensory hallucination. This tends to vary from person to person. Some report seeing patterns of light dancing all around them. Others have reported the smell of decaying flowers or feeling frisson all over the skin. This often triggers a sensory cascade, bringing back memories from their childhood. The whip of a cane, the death of a parent, the bread from a kitchen, the time they almost drowned. For many of the participants who have spent much of their life running from or suppressing their pasts, these were often traumatic and highly undesirable. 41% of participants have dropped out by this stage. At the 34-minute mark, a quarter of those remaining volunteers report hearing Morse code, faintly at first, but growing louder against the noises from their own body. All of them report 3 dots, 3 dashes, 3 dots, then a stream of gibberish. After a few moments, the pattern seems to repeat. After 37 minutes, all these hallucinations begin to converge on the same themes, regardless of the participant or their backgrounds. All of them report the room getting noticeably warmer, though no adjustments have been made to the climate levels, and distinct voices calling out to them are heard. Some have identified these as coming from long-lost people from their past. At 39 minutes, young children are heard laughing with an unusually high pitch. It's never perceived as being threatening, but all participants have described it as seeming sinister or unnatural. Most are now speaking random gibberish in between sentences to ward off the silence. Their vital signs are starting to show strong signs of anxiety. More than half of the volunteers, around 58%, have dropped off by this point. By the time 43 minutes have passed, the laughing has morphed into chanting from a dozen different voices. It's never in a language that the participant speaks, and has been described as ranging from Tibetan monks to Gregorian chants, or even hornets and bees singing with snakes. Only 27% of participants make it this far. At the 46th minute, everything suddenly stops. The participants hold their breath, and between their booming heartbeats are moments of pure silence, until a deep voice whispers, always into their left ear,
"He is coming. Prepare."
Only 13% of participants make it beyond here. At the 47th minute, those that have lasted this long have greatly elevated heart rates, often approaching 200 beats per minute. Punctuating every dozenth beat is a deep vibration, like a heavy footstep, slowly approaching from behind. Their chests are pounding, like their souls want to burst free from whatever is getting closer. 93% of test subjects have yelled stop by this point, begging, crying to be released. At the 48th minute, children's voices can be heard again, screaming and panicking. "Run! Go! Before he arrives!" The few remaining participants that have made it this far report a dramatic temperature drop. Their teeth begin chattering and their whole body shivers. At 49 minutes, a voice describes in detail how they will die, slowly and painfully, their skin torn from their flesh after 1,000 incisions are made to prolong their torment. Less than 3% of participants have bravely, and perhaps foolishly, gone past this point. At the 50th minute, the booming vibrations growing ever louder from behind suddenly stops. There is complete silence for a minute. Even their furiously galloping heartbeat and ragged hyperventilating breaths seem muted. For another minute, there is nothing but deathly silence. A heavy, moist breath is felt down their neck, and a strong smell, like a mixture of chlorine and rotten eggs, fills their nostrils. A couple of the participants reported feeling a warm, large tongue licking at the back of their neck. Only 4 participants endured beyond this point. At the 52-minute mark, laceration marks begin appearing on their arms and shoulders as participants scream to be let out. Deep lacerations on the neck have also been found, requiring hospitalization. Only 2 volunteers have lasted beyond this point. At 53 minutes, only 2 participants, for whatever reasons, never called for the experiment to stop. Neither of them survived. No one has ever lasted more than 53 minutes. This is a story that I had written up a while ago, but I had been very hesitant to post it. It's just something that was really embarrassing, to be honest, and it seems so incredibly lame to look back on it. At the time, though, it totally freaked me out. Yet, I still have no real explanation for what really happened. There's no blood, there's no gore, there's no sharp teeth, nor razor-sharp claws. No one died, and no one got injured. So it just didn't seem like that great a story, right? But I can't stop thinking about it, and I hope that someone might be able to shed some light on what happened. This was around the time of my encounter with Gurgles and Bugman. I can't recall exactly if it was before or after. Just like that story, I had totally forgotten about this until my parents recently mentioned it to me in passing. It could be that the two events might even be related. This would have been around when I was 5 or 6 years old. Back then, my parents would drop me off at school early so they could start their days at the factory they worked in. After classes finished, I would walk myself back home, and I'd have around an hour to myself before my parents returned. They would check in on me. They'd make a quick dinner before leaving again for a shift at their second job, where they would clean up after patrons at the local cinema. From the time they left me until the time they returned shortly after midnight, they would make sure to lock all the doors and windows to the house. So, it was totally normal and quite safe, really, for me to be at home at night by myself. More often than not, the TV would not be working, so I would amuse myself with the random assorted knickknacks in my room. As my parents were not wealthy, I had to create my own toys. Things like building fortresses out of empty matchboxes for my makeshift Voltron, an odd collection of toy cars held together with rubber bands and popsicle sticks to destroy. I'm a little hazy on the exact plot back then, but I knew my Voltron liked to destroy things. Most of the time, though, these nights would be fairly uneventful. But one night, as I was playing, I heard a strange sound. It was coming from the other side of the house. It was this faint, scraping sound. It lasted about a second. I peeked out the door of my bedroom, down the dark hallway, which led to the kitchen around the corner. But I saw nothing out of place. I continued playing. A few moments later, I heard the scraping sound again. While the lights were off in the rest of the house, the light from my bedroom spilled far enough down the hallway that I still had decent visibility. There was still nothing I could see that was making that noise, though. I stopped playing, and I continued staring out down that hallway. The noise started up again, slightly louder, and with a faster pace. Scrape, scrape, scrape. And on it went. Suddenly, at the end of the hallway, a silvered helium balloon levitated into view. It seemed half deflated, in the way that it was slightly scrunched up. It floated lazily, halfway up in the air, with a string loosely hanging down below it. Scrape. I watched as the balloon bobbed forward, tugging the string lightly as it lurched, and then letting it slacken again. Scrape, scrape. bobbed forward again until the shiny glint of a metal washer tied to the other end of the string could be seen. Scrape, scrape. With each pull, the washer would scrape along the floor. That's what was producing the sound. Scrape, scrape. I was staring in total fascination at this balloon. Where had it come from? My parents could never afford a treat like this. How was it moving? At that age, the world did seem just that much more magical. As I watched it, it slowly began rotating towards me. On its front was printed the face of a clown. It had these totally exaggerated features, comically large black eyes, a dark red ball for a nose, and giant blue lips fixed into an exaggerated frown. Or at least, it would have been comical, if not for the way its features were distorted and collapsed due to the balloon being partially deflated. In the partial light in that hallway, it looked positively sinister. Scrape, scrape. It had stopped rotating now and started to move down the hallway towards me. Scrape, scrape. Something felt very wrong, and a feeling of panic began to set in. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was now about a third of the way down the corridor, its painted eyes seemingly locked onto mine. I wanted to react, but I was frozen to the spot. Scrape, scrape. I came to my senses, and I began throwing at it various things that were within my reach. My hands were shaking so badly that they were wide off the mark and ended up just hitting the side walls. Scrape, scrape. My next few shots were closer, but I could swear it seemed to be dodging some of the particularly near misses. Maybe it was just the air turbulence as the objects whizzed past it. Scrape, scrape. I managed to get hold of a jar of marbles from a nearby shelf. I poured some out, and I threw a handful all at once towards the approaching balloon. One managed to hit it at the top of its head, sending it floating backwards a few inches with a thwack sound. It gently rose back up, with a crease between its eyebrows where I'd hit it. If anything, it now looked even more angry and malevolent. Scrape. It darted forward, more quickly now, towards me. You know, it's ridiculous. Christ's sake, it's just a freaking balloon, and a half-filled one at that, right? I mean, seriously, how was it going to hurt me? And yet, I felt with great certainty. No, I knew that whatever it was there to kill me. Scrape. Crying, I got up and I slammed the door to my room before it could reach me. Scrape, scrape. I sat with my back to the door, pushing against it as hard as I could. I could hear the balloon rubbing against the door and the washer jingling on the tiles below. After a few minutes of this, it all suddenly went quiet, save for the sounds of my sobbing. I spent the entire rest of that night sitting up against the door until I had finally fallen asleep. It wasn't until after midnight that I was woken up again by my parents pushing on the door to check up on me. Oh, they chewed me out for making a mess in the hallway and almost tripping them over with the loose marbles everywhere. I told them about what I saw. They were rightfully skeptical, but they still searched the house with me. We found no trace of it, of course. The doors and the windows were still shut and locked, just as they should have been. It was not until the following morning, after I cleaned up the rest of the hallway, that I found that piece of string, still attached to that metal washer, sitting in a corner. I showed it to my parents during breakfast, and they just told me it was my overactive imagination. They thought I had probably made it for my toy collection at some point, but I certainly never had. Besides, there was no balloon, deflated or not, to be found anywhere. As part of my ongoing punishment, they made me walk to school that day. Who knows? Maybe they were right. Maybe it was something I had created out of pure imagination. Like houses made of matchboxes and a Voltron out of rubber bands and sticks. Or maybe I had just fallen asleep and dreamed all of it. All I knew was that in my pocket was this infernal piece of string, looped around a washer that I was genuinely terrified of. I knew I had to get this thing as far away from me as I could. Being a kid, the furthest place I knew and could easily get to was a large parkland just beyond the school. That afternoon, I took a detour there on the way home, and I threw that thing as far as I could over the trees. I never even thought about that thing again, until just recently, when I was reminded. But I never did see anything like it again. I don't know if it still lies there on the ground, or if it's dangling from some branch, or whether whatever force controlled it found its way to some other home. Ever since I've remembered it, I've been trying to hunt down more information about whatever it was. I've not found anything online, or through people I've chatted with. I'm borderline obsessed with trying to understand what I saw. It's for that reason I've decided to share the story here, along with all my others. I would love to hear from you if you've ever encountered whatever this thing was, and to say that I'm sorry. With the benefit of hindsight, I do wonder if I did the right thing. Maybe I should have disposed of it more thoroughly. Maybe putting it into a jar and burying it deep down, or finding some fire or river to throw it into. What would be the equivalent of Mount Doom for a 6-year-old? I can't help but feel that rather than getting rid of it, perhaps all I did was set it free.